Our 1990s kitchen desperately needed a makeover, and over a year ago, my husband and I decided that we needed to take drastic measures to improve it. But we had a big problem.
Whoa.
We couldn't afford to hire out all the work that needed to be done, and we don't have any contracting experience. But we know that we could turn our dreams for the space into a reality, one DIY project at a time. So join me on our journey of making our house into a home little by little. The very first thing that we knew needed to go in this kitchen was the wallpaper. It was making the space look really dark and gloomy, and wallpaper in a kitchen just isn't a good idea in my opinion. We tried a few different methods, but the one that proved most effective was using this Wagner steamer with the wallpaper remover attachment to apply steam to the walls. This really aided in loosening the top layer of wallpaper from the adhesive and allowing for us to just scrape the remaining glue right off the walls. I will admit, this was very tedious and time consuming, and I understand why some people opt to just paint over wallpaper in their homes versus actually removing the wallpaper and then painting. But my husband and I wanted to do things the right way to get the best possible results in the end. So the next thing we needed to do was solve our storage issue. We headed to Home Depot to see what options we had, and we knew we needed to add a pantry cabinet for more storage. So we ended up buying an unfinished pantry cabinet and a base cabinet with drawers. That would give us just a little more countertop space in our kitchen. And it was such a blessing because my dad came into town one weekend and was able to help us install these cabinets. My husband and I also wanted to do something about the textured ceiling and lack of good lighting in our kitchen. So we hired some contractors to smooth out the ceiling and install recessed lighting. We then decided to prime and paint the ceiling ourselves to save money. The next thing we wanted to replace were the old laminate countertops. So after visiting a local stone yard, we settled on an affordable granite and placed an order before patiently waiting for our countertops to arrive. The night before installation day, I removed the old laminate countertops, sink, and faucet from the kitchen and placed a listing on Facebook Market to sell them. This was a great way to add money back into our budget. This day was an exciting day for me, as it was just the beginning of some of the pretty details being added into the space. Our countertop guys worked really hard to get this granite installed, and I commend them because I'm sure the job is far from easy on their bodies. And after what seemed like just an hour, things were really taking shape and we had a new sink and countertops. Just the change of removing the wallpaper and updating the countertops really made the space look and feel so much brighter and more open than it did before. We knew that we had to do something about these 90s oak cabinets if we were going to make this kitchen more of our personal style. But because this isn't our forever home, we didn't want to invest in new cabinets when these were still in pretty decent shape. So we opted to grain fill our oak cabinet doors with this Aqua Coat cabinet grain filler and began the prep process before our cabinet doors would be painted. I started by cleaning the cabinets thoroughly with a degreaser and water, then using a TSP substitute to ensure all the dirt, grime, and grease would be fully stripped from the cabinets. We then filled the wood grain on the doors with 2 to 3 layers of grain filler. I found that the best method for applying this product was to lather it on each door using my Bondo spreader in the direction of the grain, and then once it was fully coated, I would use a spreader again to scrape off any excess product from the door in the same direction. Then I would repeat this in the opposite direction going against the grain. I began with the panel of each door first and then moved on to the rails and stiles of each door. We knew that paint could make a huge impact without making a big dent in our budget, but we wanted as close to a professional finish as possible. So these steps were very crucial for us to achieve that. I made sure to sand and wipe away any dust in between each coat of filler. I jumped back and forth between hand sanding with a sanding sponge and using an orbital sander. Both proved to be just as effective. This was just to ensure that our cabinet doors would be buttery smooth once painted. After we got all of our cabinet doors grain filled and sanded smooth, it was time to prep the cabinet boxes. We started by covering our countertops with plastic to protect them from any chemicals and paint. We then cleaned all of the cabinets using a scrubbing pad with degreaser and a TSP alternative, followed by liquid sandpaper to help roughen up the surfaces. This allowed the primer and paint to stick to the surface better. After the cabinets were cleaned, we scuff sanded the cabinets using a sanding sponge to roughen the surfaces of all the cabinets just a little more. I wasn't actually too sure how well this product would work, as I read a lot of mixed reviews and I didn't want to waste any time or extra money. And I'll be honest, I'm not really sure that I noticed much of a difference, especially since we scuff sanded right after. We began to mask off some of the cabinet boxes to prevent any paint from getting inside or on the shelves. This is because we decided not to paint the inside of the cabinet boxes. After the cabinets were cleaned, we scuff sanded the cabinets using a sanding sponge to roughen the surfaces of all the cabinets just a little more, so that the primer would adhere well to the cabinets. We then wiped away the dust from the cabinets that accumulated from sanding, so that there would be no dust particles stuck to the cabinets once we were ready to prime and paint. So the next step in our kitchen cabinet transformation was to prime our cabinets. Primer is really important because it allows the paint to adhere to the cabinets properly and be more durable and long-lasting. We used the Zinsser BIN primer to do 2 coats on all of the cabinet doors and frames. My original plan was to spray all of the cabinets using my paint sprayer, but I decided to just use a foam roller to prove to myself and to show you guys that you really don't need any fancy tools or equipment to get a high quality finish. Seeing the primer on the cabinets was really exciting, as the kitchen was already seeing such a huge transformation. I know this may look like a huge mess to you all, but we were really excited about the progress. I was really proud of all the work that we've already accomplished at this point. I'm gonna get started on sanding, just a fine sand to get any surfaces smooth that I primed, and then we'll go ahead and start painting. A lot of these steps may seem a little repetitive, but with all of the research that I've done prior to this, and with my little experience in furniture flipping, I know that these steps are very effective for achieving the result that we want in the end. I used a really fine grit sandpaper because the purpose of this was to smooth out the texture and not roughen up the surface. I just finished sanding all of the cabinets, and they're super smooth. Like when I run my hand through it, I'm like, this feels so good. So they're perfect. I'm just gonna wipe them down with a damp paper towel just to get any dust residue off, and then I'll be able to start painting. I'm so excited. This may seem like an extra step, but it's a necessary one, and it really only took me 5 minutes to do. We just went to the store to go get the paint. It's the Sherwin-Williams Emerald line. This is the urethane trim enamel, and we got it color matched to Natural Cream by Benjamin Moore, and we got it in semi-gloss. I'm very nervous about semi-gloss. I don't want it to be too shiny, and I normally do my walls in a satin finish, but I was told that like 90% of people that paint their cabinets use semi-gloss just for the durability, and it's easier to wipe down and all that. So we're just gonna go with it and see. We ended up getting more foam roller replacements, and then I got this zebra brush. I love zebra brushes, they're so soft. It's the windows, ledges, and cabinetry, and it's in the square shape, and it's really going to be great for me to be able to get like the little corners and then just roll out the rest. My design assistant decided to take inventory to make sure I had everything I needed for this part of the project. Oh my goodness.
What happened?
You happened. That's what happened, silly. No, no, no. Ah, the color, it looks good. Oh my gosh, I love it. I did not make a mistake at all. I love this color. Getting the first coat of paint on the cabinets was the first time that I felt like I was finally starting to see some of my vision for this kitchen come to life. It was really getting me super excited for what's to come for this space. I finally felt like all my hard work sanding, grain filling cabinets, and removing wallpaper was finally beginning to pay off. I know it looks like I'm painting these cabinets white, but it's actually a really pretty creamy beige color that I ended up absolutely loving. I only wish I would have gotten it tinted just a little bit darker at the paint store, but you live and you learn. Oh yeah, look at that. I'm pretty happy with this color either way. Of course, you could always use a paint sprayer, but I like to use these high density foam rollers that really help you to get that spray-like professional finish on a budget, and it won't leave any streaks or brush marks. Ladies, how do you tell your husband that, you know, being a wife who loves interior design, you hate the light fixture that you originally purchased for your kitchen that you're now remodeling, and you have to go and buy another one? But no worries, we're gonna sell the old one, so it's all good, it's all good. I didn't paint this part because I'm taking that light fixture down. I don't like it at all, I hate it actually. I'm gonna replace it, and I'm taking this whole piece down so that more of the light from the windows can like come in. The first order of business in this step was removing this satin nickel light fixture. It just wasn't working for our space. Righty-tighty, lefty-loosey, and I'm lefty-looseying it and it seems like it doesn't want to come out. Oh my goodness. Okay, got it. Oh, wonderful. This one doesn't want to come out. Trying my best here not to like smash the window.
Come on, you good.
I forgot, I should have gotten a flathead because like I didn't realize that this would need.
Me too.
Are you holding this or? Okay. Got it. Woo. Thanks to the help of my husband, we were able to successfully remove this light fixture. Oh, my arms! Yeah, my arms are tired. Alright, I got the wires out of there. Now it was time to remove this old board from above the kitchen window. I have no clue if I'm doing this good enough. Oh, honey, I need you for this. Should I have like scored it? Do you think? It's moving. Yeah, I just kind of want to see if I can, you know, I'm loosening it, you know, making it easier for you, whatever. I was not getting that out because there's screws fastening it on the sides. You know, your girl just wanted to be Superwoman. You might have to come over here in case you need to catch it. This screw is like in there. Hold on. Even though I was a little stubborn about having my husband help, I'm glad he jumped in because after several failed attempts, we were finally able to remove this board. It looks so much better. I love it. I feel like I'm in a brand new kitchen. So I'm gonna use Bondo all-purpose putty, and I'm gonna go ahead and fill those holes where the screws were holding that board in place. Also, just to like smooth out the top of the cabinet. When using this Bondo product, I typically like to use a piece of cardboard to mix the contents on. I will scoop out some of the Bondo from the can onto the cardboard and then add some of the blue activator from the tube and mix it together until they are fully combined. I'll then use my Bondo spreader or any flexible plastic spreader to apply the product to the surface. Okay guys, I finished the cabinets. I'm gonna do one more coat. I'm hoping 2 coats will be good enough. Honestly, because this paint is so good and it's self-leveling and everything, I honestly felt like I didn't need to sand, but I just did it just in case because I obviously want it to come out the best that it can. So now I'm just gonna go ahead and wipe everything down with a paper towel. I think I'll dampen it just a little bit. It was important for me to wipe down all of the cabinets to get rid of any extra dust in between each coat of paint. This allows for better adhesion of the paint on the cabinets and ensures that the finish is long-lasting and durable. I liked using this square zebra brush to get into the smaller crevices of the cabinet boxes. And then I moved on to using my foam roller to roll out the larger portions of the boxes. And this really allowed me to smooth out all of the paint on the surface. I then moved on to removing my painter's tape that I used to protect other surfaces like my appliances and countertops from getting paint on them. After finishing the cabinet boxes in the kitchen, I woke up early the very next morning to finish painting the remaining cabinet doors and drawers. We decided to finish the cabinet boxes in the kitchen first, as it was a great visual motivator for us to keep pushing through this project when it seemed like it was just dragging on a bit too long. I'm repeating many of the same steps that you've seen me do before in this video, which include sanding in between the different layers of primer and paint. Honestly, my favorite part about this phase of the project was definitely painting. It was just so therapeutic and I could do it for hours without complaining. One of our cabinet doors was pretty loose and ended up falling apart on me while I was filling in the wood grain. So I repaired it using some wood glue. The wood glue was really hard for me to get out of the bottle, so I used some clamps that I had laying around to help me apply pressure and more easily squeeze the glue out. I used a rubber mallet to help me move the rail of the door back into place, and then used a rag to wipe away any excess glue so that it didn't interfere with my paint application. And then I let it sit so that the glue can dry. Once the door was fully dried, I was able to do the last 2 coats of paint on the remaining door, and it was ready to be installed. Before we could reinstall the cabinet doors, we needed to drill recesses in each door to make room for our new concealed hinges that I purchased from Amazon. This was something I'd never done before and I really didn't want to mess up, so I was pretty nervous initially. Like, how do I know when to stop? Because that doesn't look like it's enough. No, it's not. You see? I mean, it's working. We didn't realize how strong oak wood was, and our drills weren't quite strong enough for the job. We need to figure out that drill, like, because we'd be here all day. You know what I'm saying? I'm really nervous. Because it's like, if I mess this up, then, yeah, I don't know. But we'll see. So we borrowed our neighbor's drill to get the job done, and it all worked out in the end. The very last step in this part of the makeover is reinstalling the cabinet doors and installing new hardware. And once I got all of the recesses drilled on all the doors, it was time to start screwing the hinges on. I will say I made a mistake on measuring for one of the hinges and ended up having to make 3 recesses in one of our doors. This one has 3 holes. Gosh. No worries though, all it will take is some Bondo and more paint to fix my mistake. My design assistant was shadowing me for this part because she's never installed cabinet doors before and really wanted to learn. We purchased this beautiful antique brass hardware from Amazon. For the price, they're really great quality pieces. My husband did have to help me cut the screws because the other pre-cut ones did not fit our doors or drawers. This was hands down the most exciting part of this makeover process because I was finally able to start putting the final touches and pretty details on all of the cabinets, and I feel like it just really made this space pop that much more. I feel as though removing the wallpaper and redoing all of the cabinets made the biggest change in this space. I used these clear, soft touch rubber bumpers to reduce contact noise and protect the inside of the drawers and doors. As you can see, our design assistant decided that she would do a quality control check to make sure that all of our work was done right. And for a beginner, she oddly seemed to have a lot of painting experience. It was starting to get a little suspicious. The kitchen really has come such a long way from where we initially started, and it's actually a place that I enjoy being in a lot more now. It just feels so much more open, bright, airy, and welcoming. So we finished the cabinets. As you can see, we still have to tile a backsplash. So my original plan was to put MDF beadboard up, but I just don't like the idea of having MDF in the kitchen. So then I thought, okay, we're gonna do tile. So I decided to go for a mosaic tile. So we're gonna take you along. I did all my measurements. I drew out the kitchen here. As you see, like, it's a hot mess, but I had to calculate the square footage is for the backsplash so that I can make sure I buy the right amount.
So, where are we going?
We're headed to a town that's about 50 minutes from where we live. You might ask, why are we going so far just for backsplash tile? And that's because I frequent Facebook Market every single day, and I actually found some really beautiful white mosaic backsplash tile on Facebook. It's originally like $80 a box on Home Depot's website, and they're actually selling it for $40 a box. So I was like, I'm definitely gonna have to get it. I think I told you guys that we were thinking of doing Subway, but I just want something a little more pizzazz, you know? Pizzazz, yeah. So we're headed there now. That's a great like shopping tip for you guys. I think it's from like liquidators or resellers. It looks like they might have a warehouse because in the picture there were a bunch of boxes on pallets, and they have like a bunch of other things that they sell that you can find at like Home Depot or Lowe's. You guys, like, if you don't look on Facebook before you do a project for like textiles and furnishings and stuff like that, you need to get on it because you can save so much money.
And you can make your house look pizzazz.
Pizzazz. Okay. I don't think that's the right way to use that word, but okay. After driving for nearly an hour, we finally arrived at the Great Buy discount store to purchase our backsplash tile. And they have this tile, but this is the one we're gonna get. So I'm excited about this. Thankfully, they had more than enough tiles in stock to meet our needs, and I was able to get 4 boxes of tile for just $180 versus the over $320 I would have spent if I bought it straight from Home Depot. So we're gonna have to remove this backsplash panel. There's some nails holding it in that we're gonna have to take out. We also have a lot of patchwork to do on the drywall just to make sure that it's a very smooth surface, so that way when I get ready to go ahead and put the mortar on, the tiles will actually stick. Moving the stove was a pretty easy process, and once I had it out of the way, it was time to remove the old backsplash panel. Removing this backsplash panel seemed like an easy task at first glance, But once I got started, I realized that I was unprepared for the trouble that it was about to give me. I had to go through a variety of tools just to remove the nails from the wall.
Well, this came right off, but the nail is still in there. So I might have to take the vent down because it's slightly covering where the backsplash starts, and that nail is halfway covered on this side. So I might have to take this whole vent down, which would be really annoying. So as you can see, we have all that wallpaper to take off. So I'm gonna go ahead. Let's hope it's not super heavy. I don't foresee it being super heavy, but we're gonna see.
Removing the backsplash panel might have been a little challenging, but I had no idea what was awaiting me when it was time to remove the vent hood. The vent hood was really well secured to the wall.
There always has to be one strip screw, of course. Let's hope it stays. There's literally one screw holding it up right now. Oh great, that's not working. Okay, there we go. I'm also questioning what I got myself into because I really don't want this thing to fall on my head. Oh, there's a nail right here. And one right here. Oh, there's one in the corner. It's literally hanging on by one nail. And I'm kind of like, do I just pull it out? I have to call my husband for reinforcement. Kay! Kay! That's gonna be so much freaking fun. Oh yeah, I'm gonna cry. Oh my gosh. So I had to turn the power off.
I need a flathead.
A flathead? I have a small one.
Hubby was more than happy to jump in and get things moving along. He definitely proved to be more efficient than I was at this part of the process. With a little bit of teamwork and critical thinking, we were able to successfully remove the vent hood and finally get the backsplash panel down.
As you can see, we have a hole. I'm the person that does like the most and all that with everything. So in my mind, I see this and I'm instantly like, we need to replace that drywall. I'm just gonna wrap the wires with electrical tape. For you electricians out there, try not to come for me. This is the state of the kitchen right now on this side. Water on the floor because the steamer's leaking. I don't know why. I taped garbage bags right here because we're on a split level home, so the electric is running from this wall that doesn't stop here. The wall goes further down because there's a downstairs area, and so there's like a gap there and I don't want water getting behind there, so taping that off so the water doesn't get back there.
The next step was more up my alley, as I already have experience in removing plenty of wallpaper, and I've kind of figured out the most effective way to remove it. This steamer was a game changer in getting it done really quickly. The heat from the steam really loosened up the fibers of the initial layer, and then I was able to just scrape the remaining glue really easily with minimal damage to the walls.
And I must say, there's something really satisfying about removing wallpaper this way. I don't know, maybe it's just seeing all of the layers come off, especially when it's so clean. It's just really satisfying to watch. After removing all of the wallpaper, I just started to trim back some of that exposed wallboard just so it looked a lot cleaner and easier on the eyes. Okay, so I just finished removing all the wallpaper from the backsplash of the stove area, and now I'm gonna move on to repairing the damaged drywall, getting it prepped and ready for mortar and tile. I'm not going to tile up the whole entire wall, which means I really don't have to cover this if I don't want to, because the microwave is going to be covering it. We're just going to get a slimline microwave. Those are more expensive, but hopefully I can find one from like a reseller on Facebook or something like that. So there's another part that I forgot. We actually have a little bit of wallpaper just around the perimeter of our kitchen window, and actually going up right here. There used to be like a piece of like wood board over here, and then there was a hole in it where the light fixture came out and hung from the board, and that board was covering where that wallpaper is, and now I need to take that down. I'm gonna have to do it. It has to be done.
The next day, I was able to pick up where I left off from the day prior, but I needed to minimize cleanup afterwards, as I knew there would be a lot of dust during this next part of the reno. So I got to covering all of the countertops with plastic and moved the stove out of the way yet again. While this step seemed to be slowing me down from all the progress I was starting to make, I knew that I'd be thanking myself later on during cleanup.
Covered all the countertops, and now we're gonna get to work. I'm gonna use this blade just to kind of take away any excess wall that's peeling off. This was a pretty simple and straightforward process, and it didn't take me very long to do at all. This was one of the first steps towards creating a smooth wall surface for our tiles to lay on. So I have to tackle the wallpaper that's up there, so I'm going to use this pocket knife and this wallpaper removal tool.
One thing about DIY projects is that they often seem to be fairly simple and straightforward on the surface. But once you get started, you begin to uncover the true complexity of even the smallest of
I'm
tasks.
tired. This is back-breaking work, guys. I mean, I made some progress. I just got one of these like cleaning cloths and I dampened it, and I'm going to press it against where the wallpaper is and see if that helps to dampen it and loosen up those threads.
Dampening the wallpaper above the window with a wet cloth did help me to mimic the effect of the steamer. However, it just seemed there was no way I could remove the remaining wallpaper in the tiny gaps between the window frame and the cabinets without removing the trim.
Just finished peeling back any torn wallpaper, got all the wallpaper off. So right now I'm going to sand back the wall, make sure everything is nice and smooth and clean, and then I am going to go ahead and prime.
Sanding the torn drywall is crucial in making sure everything is smooth and there are no lumps on our walls. This step helps to close the pores of the paper back up before priming over it. I'm using the BIN shellac-based primer because it creates a barrier or seal over the surface that will keep the torn drywall areas from breaking down or swelling from moisture. This is really important because we want to make sure that the tile adhesive we'll be using will properly secure the tile to the walls. Some of you may be thinking, what is the point of prepping the walls when they will be covered up with tile anyway? But this is just another part of the process that can make or break our project when it comes to longevity and durability, and an extra step that I'm willing to take.
Safety first. These fumes are getting to me. So now I'm just going to get started with getting that joint compound on the walls.
Once the torn drywall was trimmed back, sanded, and primed, I was able to patch any uneven and damaged areas to create a better surface for the tiles to lay on. I used this DAP Drydex with a dry time indicator that went on pink and then turned white once it was dry. This part felt like icing a cake, but I definitely had to get creative when getting those hard to reach areas. I was especially making sure to take my time on the sections above the cabinets, as I wasn't tiling all the way up to the walls. And these areas were gonna need to be as smooth and as flawless as possible for painting.
Smoothing out the walls felt oh too familiar, as I've had my fair share of sanding at this point in the game. It always proved to be a great arm workout, when done properly of course. But as I've said before, this part is a very crucial part of the process and not a step you want to skip. If you've done any sort of tile work before, you know how important it is to make sure the surface is smooth and even, so that you don't end up with a lumpy or unlevel tile job.
Oh wow, I'm double masked up. That was an arm workout, you know?
Is this right there?
We prepped all the walls. Now the next step is to take the molding from around the window. The issue that we're facing here is the faucet necks on the windowsill. In order to get it all the way, you have to kind of move it. I don't know what I'm doing, guys. I really don't, and I'm nervous because I don't want to mess up the wall. But here we go. You see how loose that is? I watch it, you can kind of like go up and down with it.
Removing the windowsill was a little intimidating to me, as I wasn't sure if I'd be creating more work for myself in the end. But I pushed through, trusted the process, and was able to get it properly removed.
Oh, that's fun. Always fun. Come on, we gotta get this out ASAP. And I gotta wash my hands so I don't die. Hurry, help. Oh, goodness gracious. Mold sports, and I touched them. Somebody bleach my hands. Help me, somebody.
I got a little grossed out because I discovered some mold on the trim piece that I removed below the sill, and I wasn't wearing gloves at the time. So I made sure to wash my hands a few times for good measure and put on some gloves to resume the project.
This thing is like hanging on by a thread. I don't know. Probably it won't come out. It's like, it looks like it's fully out. Okay, got one out. I got one out. Oh, it's... Cha-ching.
After removing the windowsill, I needed to take the remaining trim off the walls surrounding the kitchen window. This proved to be a lot easier than removing the windowsill, and I was able to get it done pretty quickly. All I needed was a little muscle and determination, and I was able to get the job done.
I see. So they use like a corner trim, like almost like a shoe molding type trim. I don't really know the official name for it. And then this is where the actual molding is. So I can caulk right there and then it should come off a lot easier now that I know. Woo! We're getting somewhere.
My design assistant even cheered me on and asked a few questions, of course.
Mom, what are you doing?
Taking this molding off.
One, and then this is right there.
Almost there. Last piece. This one's probably the easiest one. Yeah, baby. Got it. Okay, the next thing we need to do is get all of these nails out that are still stuck in here.
Once I removed the windowsill and the window trim, it was important that I also removed any exposed nails from the wall and window framing. I then got to finally removing that last piece of stubborn wallpaper, as well as the extra trim remaining around the window.
This piece is going to sit this way in here against the window, and then my trim piece is going to go just like that, and that's how it's going to frame the entire window. And this gap is okay. I've watched videos of other people framing out their windows and then tiling. This gap is okay. I think that's pretty normal. The tile is just going to cover it, and then I'll grout over it and caulk in between the trim and the tile, so it'll be fine. I'm excited because I actually know what I'm doing. At least I think I do.
Before we could get to work, we needed to purchase all of our supplies for this project. Our first stop was to pick up our tile saw that we were able to get for only $30. We then made our way to the home outlet to get some of the tile supplies, but they didn't have quite everything we needed, so we actually stopped at the Home Depot as well for trim pieces to cap off our tile work. I had a hard time deciding between getting white trim to match the tiles or the stainless steel trim.
Like this with the rounded edge. I'm definitely not doing white because that's not even the same white. There's no way. Or just a flat edge. I think the flat edge.
I was gonna say I probably would go with the flat edge.
After much consideration, we ended up with the stainless steel trim, rounded up our supplies, and headed home to start our project.
I am going to measure this wall. I'm going to mark the middle line, both horizontal and vertical. From there, we're going to start tiling from the middle line going outwards each direction. I think this is going to be the most seamless process. Like, seriously, what am I doing? Because it has to be like... Okay, so right? How do you measure 45? Right? And we're doing it from here. That looks about right? This line up here is where the microwave is going to be. We're going to need a piece of trim to start off our tile.
Now, I will say it was pretty important for me to mark where the bottom of the microwave would stop, but you'll see later on what happens with that. So my initial thought process in drawing a starting point in the middle of the stove was to ensure that the tiles didn't look off in any way, but I later realized that it wasn't really necessary with these mosaic tiles, as I really just needed to make sure my cuts were relative to the midline between the countertop and the bottom of the cabinets. Once I figured out all of my straight cuts, I began marking my tiles, so I knew where to cut them on the tile saw. When marking my cuts, I needed to take into account that the tiles would butt up against each other when installed. And luckily I caught this early on because I mismeasured in the beginning and it would have been a costly mistake.
Okay, right now I'm gonna put this support board so that when I'm tiling over this part where the stove goes, the tiles don't fall down. I have like a lot of scrap wood.
I found a scrap piece of wood in our garage to use as a support board. I used the leveler to ensure that my board was level before securing it to the wall. And of course it wouldn't be a good DIY project if at least one roadblock didn't present itself. My battery ended up dying on me before I could even get started. Anyway, installing a support board would ensure that there was a level surface for my tiles to sit on while the tile adhesive was still drying, and keep my tiles from sliding down since there was no countertop in this section. I then realized that this would be a great time to start planning out any special cuts like around power outlets or for the tiles that would be hugging the corner of the cabinets. So I started to mark out any cuts like these that would be a little bit more complicated than just my standard straight cuts on the tiles.
I decided to use one of my sample tiles that I was no longer going to install for my practice cut. This was my very first time using a wet tile saw, so it was important to me to get comfortable with the tool before jumping straight into the project. One thing that I found super helpful in my DIY journey is using scrap materials to learn how to properly use different power tools. It's great because I can gain more confidence with my tools while preventing any unnecessary hiccups during my projects. Once I got familiar with using the wet saw, I was ready to go all in with my project cuts.
That's actually pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty good. I think I might end up putting the stop on the other side so that these smaller pieces, when they get cut off, they don't get stuck in between the blade and the stop. So I think I need to extend this.
I used painter's tape to cover and label my tiles where I needed to make cuts to protect them from any extra chipping during the cutting process. I found that this was very helpful, especially since I was using a secondhand saw and didn't replace the blade.
I just cut myself. Wonderful. I don't know if you guys can see that, but yeah, I just cut myself. So I should probably wash my hands real quick and put a band-aid on. So I made a huge mistake. When you guys saw me measuring out where these outlet cutouts would need to be on the tile, I was measuring it without realizing that I was measuring the pre-cut tile, meaning like this is supposed to be the bottom of the tile and where it meets the counter, but I was measuring it before I cut it with that extra part that wasn't cut off, and so all my measurements are off for the outlets. But I figured out how I can work around that. What I'll do is I'm gonna cut out this tile here, this tile, and then this tile, and I'll just have to go in and put individual ones and cut those to size because yeah, I screwed it up, but it's all good. We're gonna work through it.
On day one, I was taking my time with installing these tiles because I wanted to perfect my technique. One thing that I read when researching this tile adhesive was that it dries fairly quickly and that it's best to work on an arm's length worth of the wall at a time and not just smother the entire wall with mortar all at once. So you see me really taking my time with these first few sections because I really wanted to get it right. Despite the reviews, I honestly felt like this adhesive was pretty forgiving and didn't seem to dry as fast as the reviewers were saying. I was able to remove different sections of tile and adjust them if I felt like the placement just wasn't quite right. Overall, I would give this product a 10 out of 10 for ease of use.
Good morning, it's the next day. I'm wearing the same outfit because why not? I'm just laying tile. It's like 6 something a.m. I made some special cuts on the tile saw. We're gonna start laying this tile. I'm gonna put some of my special cuts in place and then I'll just continue the rest of the way down.
As you can see, on the first day, I didn't get much done, and well, that's just the reality of DIYing when you have a little one at home with you. Yes, I tend to take a lot longer than the average DIYer because I have to constantly pause during my projects to tend to my toddler, but I push through and get the job done anyway. And there's a bigger lesson in that. I started off by installing all of my bigger sheets of tile first, and then once I was done with this wall, I moved on to applying my smaller pieces to fill in any gaps. I decided to use a pre-mixed adhesive for this project because of several factors. One of them being that I'm a beginner at all of this, and I knew that if I could avoid any extra steps in this tiling process, I was more likely to actually get it all done. Other being the season of life that I'm currently in. I have a toddler at home with me full time, and if you're a parent, you know just how challenging it can be to get just normal tasks done, let alone a whole DIY renovation. So I needed something that I could easily store away when not in use and come back to using it without the extra step of mixing it. While laying the tile, I added tile spacers in between each sheet of tile as well as in between each individual tile to ensure that everything was evenly spaced and as uniform as possible. Even though these tiles were glued together to form sheets, they're still able to shift individually when applied to the wall, and with mosaic tile, it can be very noticeable if there's any uneven spacing. So I really took my time with this first wall as I started to perfect my technique and get comfortable with laying the tile.
So you can see like right here, I have some squeeze outs, so I don't want that because then I won't be able to grout over this area. So what I've been doing is taking a screwdriver and just cleaning it up.
Mommy, I did it! This.
What? Thank you. You're such a good helper.
My design assistant was so eager to help me that she spaced the tiles for me without me even having to ask her. It was a lot of help, and she seemed to get a real kick out of it. I think this was a great team building activity. She's really been a great asset to the team.
Here you go.
Thank you for helping.
Oh, I need these.
My design assistant determined that I needed to take this project in a different direction, and even gave me some creative feedback.
This is put right there. There you go. It's finished.
She also wasn't afraid to correct my work. She got her hands dirty and took matters into her own hands. I will say, I never would have thought to do this on my own. She has such a brilliant mind.
After I completed laying all of the bigger sheets of tile on the stove wall, it was time to fill in the gaps with the single tile pieces and smaller cuts. This part was like putting the last pieces of a puzzle together and was really exciting to see. I feel like at this point, I was really starting to get a better vision for how this tile job was going to look in the end, and I was just really proud of what I've accomplished at this point in the project.
Okay, so I just finished tiling this back wall here where the stove goes. Now I'm gonna tackle this corner here. I'm gonna try to lay the tile in a way that it kind of looks like it's giving a mitered edge. I made my cuts already for this little corner, so I'm gonna go ahead and start tiling that now.
When it came to laying the corner pieces where my two walls met, I wanted to be strategic in how I cut my tile to give a mitered effect. I did this by cutting every other tile in the last column in half and then meeting those with tiles on the adjacent wall that were also cut in half. Once everything was grouted, this would give an illusion that those halved corner tiles were actually single tiles that were just angled.
The outlet starts here, so I'm gonna cut this one out. They're like little glue dots. So it's not an actual like matted tile, it's just glued together. I love this because all I have to do is cut the little glue dots. Just cut it just like that and it gets set free. And it's perfect for when you just need to remove like one tile. Like you can literally cut one out in the middle if you needed to. I'm gonna snip this glue dot right here. It'll just, well, both of these, so it'll free this tile a little more and I can maneuver it. There we go.
As I transitioned to tiling the window wall, I needed to start making the special cuts for all the tiles that would be surrounding the window. I used the same process as before. I took my time with all of my cuts, and honestly, cutting the tile was my favorite part of this project. There's just something about using a power tool that's just so fun to me. But once I was done with cutting all of these tiles, I headed inside to start laying them. This was the last major section of our kitchen walls that I would be tiling for this project, and probably the most exciting to complete. The end was in sight and everything was coming together so beautifully. I will say, when I hear people talk about tiling, they don't hesitate to talk about how challenging or frustrating it can be, but I've honestly found this entire project to be really fun, relaxing, and somewhat therapeutic for me. I think the more DIY projects I find myself doing, the more I truly enjoy it and look forward to completing a new one. And you'll see later on, but I had to make quite a few adjustments and even made some mistakes along the way. But one thing I kept reminding myself is that every problem has a solution, so I know that if I made a mistake, I could fix it. Of course, I would prefer to limit my mistakes as much as possible, but sometimes they're just small oversights that you don't account for. I literally have one piece left to put on the wall. Well, one like matte piece, and then I have like a couple little singular pieces I need to put up. I also just realized I made a mistake. Right here, I cut this tile and I completely missed the fact that I need to have a full tile here. So what I'm going to do is take this one off and replace it with a full tile. I just put this on the wall maybe an hour ago, if that, so it should be able to come off. At this point, I really wanted to do somewhat of a quality control check and really make sure that I fixed any quirks in my tile job. I'm a very detail-oriented person, so it was really easy for me to notice even the slightest of imperfections. I knew that this tile job wasn't going to end up looking perfect, but I wanted it as close to that as possible, so taking the extra time out to make adjustments was well worth it to me. And I'm really glad that I caught my mishaps before all the tile had time to set overnight. And also, I have an issue. Do you guys see this gap here? It's supposed to be flush with the window. So now I'm like, crap, what do I do? Let's see if I can rectify this problem here. I'm gonna be doing some surgery. Okay, so this looks like... Yes, oh my gosh, it's coming off. I'm also a little concerned because why are the other ones moving so easily? Yes! Oh no, I put it on the wrong side. That's not good. So now, when I put my trim piece up, down here there's a big gap with this tile. I'll be addressing this in another video. I started to dry fit these tiles that were framing halfway up the window and then marked where I needed to cut them. Once I cut them off camera, I went ahead and started to install these last few tiles surrounding the window and the trim pieces to cap them off. This is like so messy, but I enjoy it. I don't know why people hate doing tile. I actually really like it. I feel like it's relaxing.
That looks amazing. You did that all by yourself?
Indeed, I did.
Wow. You're so talented.
Thank you. Not make me weird on camera. This wall's not straight. Yes, my husband and I are always this weird with each other, but after a brief moment of silliness, it was now time to get back to work so we can complete this project. And I finally got around to laying the very last bits of the tile on our wall, and this would call the project almost complete. Okay, right now I have this metal trim piece that I am going to cap off the last bit of the tile that I put here next to the fridge. So I'm gonna mark off here and then cut it. So I've seen people just literally slide this in, and that's what I did with the other side. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that here. Oh, that's not how I intended for that to happen. Kaneem!
Yeah.
Now I need your help.
What happened?
I need my trim piece and it fell behind the fridge.
Okay.
Ah, this is the second time. Oh, gosh. Ah, that didn't go as planned, like at all. This is the second time that happened. I didn't tell you, but I dropped another piece back there yesterday, and since I had enough trim, I just cut another piece. Once the last trim piece was installed, we were finally done with this install, and I am just so proud at how this tile job turned out. For my very first time, it was amazing. I was pretty nervous at first, but I knew I could do it. Once the install was done,
I started cleaning up and removing all of the plastic and tape that we used to protect the countertops, and I actually found removing the tape really challenging as it was getting stuck between where the bottom of the tile and the countertops meet. This was probably because some of the tile adhesive had dried on the tape, so I needed to be really careful when removing the tape so that it didn't tear and leave remnants under the tiles. I then removed the scrap wood that I use as a support for the tile behind the stove, and the next day I was able to finally remove all of my tile spacers and truly get a feel for just how beautifully this install turned out.
The first thing we needed to do was head to Lowe's and grab the last few supplies that we needed to finish out this tile project. And of course, I brought my design assistant along to help me get everything I needed. It actually took me 2 different days and 2 different trips just to get what I needed because I was going back and forth between different grout colors and ended up having to return my original grout color choice. But no worries, we got it all figured out. Okay, we got the goods here. Hi guys! As you can see, the backsplash is up. I do need to grout. I'm gonna start using my grout removal tool, and it's called a grout saw. I'm gonna go in and just like chip away at some of the areas that I kind of let some of that tile adhesive seep through the grout lines. It's not gonna be all of it. As I kept going, I learned and I was able to kind of like perfect it a little bit. So like this wall pretty much doesn't have any adhesive that's seeping through except for a couple spots that I can see. But this beginning section was where I really was like getting the hang of it. So I made a few mistakes there, and this is gonna come in handy. I guess I have to take it all the way out in order to get this thing. Guys, I broke the box cutter. This is what I was using to get the tile adhesive out because I just don't like this tool. I don't know if it's user error or if it's because of the shape of the tile that makes it so difficult, but I'm not fond of it. So this was working great, but okay. Okay, we're gonna try this again and see. This grout saw tool proved a lot more difficult to use than I initially thought it would. Okay guys, I think it was user error because I think I figured out how to use this. I just have to be really slow with it, especially with different angles. Once I figured out how to properly use the grout saw, it didn't seem so bad, but I was not about to give up on my old faithful box cutter. I just want to say, reading is essential. Let me show you guys something. This is the tile adhesive that I used to lay the tile, right? And on the back, there are instructions, which I briefly glanced before I installed the tile. And when I say briefly, very briefly, I just glanced at it and kind of, you know, just reviewed it very quickly. But if you look here on step 5, see that guys, step 5? It says lightly clean off excess ceramic tile adhesive with damp sponge. So I thought to myself, why don't you go get one of the sponges, get it damp, and see if it'll get the tile adhesive off the tile. Even though it's been about 3 days post tile installation. So in my mind, I'm like, there's no way that just water is gonna get the tile adhesive off at this point. So that's why I went and bought this tool to chip away at it. Guys, this works. Water and a sponge, it works. It's literally coming right off. Wow, I'm so pleased. I should get my husband in on this since he wanted to take credit for the hard work I did on this tile job.
This is all us. We did this.
I didn't need to go buy that grout tool. It was time to get down to the nitty-gritty, and as I started wiping down the surfaces of the tile, I decided to get my design assistant in on this. But she seemed really distracted at this point, and it was really unprofessional. She was even texting on the job, and I struggled to get her to actually do the work, so I just decided that I'd go ahead and do it myself. I think I'll let her off the hook this time though, as I can actually understand why she didn't show any interest in this part of the project. It definitely wore me out a little bit.
it. Guys, what a workout. Like literally my arm is hurting so bad. And I haven't even started the grout yet, so I have to do all of this all over again, like wiping off. I see why people will say like, oh, you have to do tile, like, you know. I didn't think it was so bad, and you know, I thought it was fun. Till I got to this point. This is not the fun part. I will say that this is not the fun part. The laying of tile is the fun part. The cleaning up the tile and then having to grout. Well, I think the grout will be fun, but wiping it off will not, because, yeah. My arms. Oh my god. Well, I don't have to go to the gym today, that's for sure. Get upper body. Help. Somebody send help. Finally, I'm gonna start grouting now. I have 2 buckets filled with water, and I have 2 sponges. I'm gonna have 1 sponge in each bucket. That way, I'm not like cross-contaminating the buckets, and I want to keep that second bucket of water as clean as possible, so that's why I'm using 2 sponges. You could do the same method, the 2-bucket method, with just 1 sponge, but I just want to keep it as clean as possible, and hopefully that'll make it easier for me. So let's get started. Have my grout here. I got the Maypie Flex Color CQ. This is a ready-to-use premix grout, and I got it in the color Avalanche. It has somewhat of a cool tone, and although I like warm tones more, I felt like the cool tone would kind of bring a little bit of contrast without being obvious, because it is still a white color, and I think it's gonna look really nice. I originally was gonna go with a light gray for more contrast, but the more I sat with it and thought about it, I just felt like it would bring too much attention to the backsplash. I want everything to feel like it's very like fluid and cohesive, and I also wanted the backsplash to be kind of a feature in the sense that it brings more texture and interest to the space, but I didn't want it to be like the first thing that you look at. And also, like, I think with darker grout, it makes it look more like honeycomb-esque, I guess you can say, and that's not what I'm going for. So I think the white grout was the best move for my design decision.
Before I could get started, I needed to prep my other surfaces like the cabinets and countertops to make sure that they are protected from the grout. This may be an extra step, but one that I wasn't going to be regretting, because it would save me a lot of time when it comes to cleanup in the end. And of course, somehow the most simple part of this project became the most dangerous, because I ended up nicking my finger on the bottom of the cabinet. So I have this grout float, and I also have this margin float, which I got to get into like the smaller crevices, especially behind the sink. And we're gonna get started. I need to probably dust this off a little bit, because my little one was playing with it, so who knows what it's touched already. Oh, these tiles feel a little dusty still. It does say that you can wet it a little bit with a damp sponge, and that helps kind of like to activate the grout or just make it more pliable as you're applying it. So that's what I'm going to do. We were finally getting to the fun part of this project, and while I was anxious to see the end result, I knew that I needed to really take my time during the beginning of this application to make sure that I was getting the hang of it and really perfecting my method. As you can see, I kept referring to the instructions on the tub of the grout to make sure that I was doing this the right way, so that I could avoid any mistakes or errors in the end. But you guys will see later on that some mistakes aren't always avoidable. I was was going in X motions to really pack the grout in the grout lines and ensure that there wouldn't be any bubbles or gaps in the grout. When applying it, it was really helpful to hold the float at a 45-degree angle to really get the product in there and avoid it from cracking once everything was dried and cured over time.
Do you remember what our backsplash looked like before, like when we first moved in?
What backsplash?
Exactly, what backsplash. It was like the ugliest wallpaper I've ever seen. The concept was cool though, because it was like faux stone type wallpaper, I guess. Or it's supposed to look like that, but it was not. Just not conducive to a kitchen. I'm just trying to wrap my head around why people would think wallpaper would be a good idea in a kitchen. With like grease and stuff.
I was at the final stretch of the grout application step and nothing was about to slow me down at this point. My first tile job was a success, not without minor hiccups of course, but this kitchen was a much more refined version of its former self and I was so proud of the work that my husband and I put in to get it to this point.
We're done grouting. Now I just have to rinse or like wipe down the rest of that section and then I'm good to go. So excited.
Now I'm no professional, but these results speak for themselves and I was feeling really confident in my abilities after this tile job. I mean, it turned out pretty amazing.
So when I put the outlet covers on, there are like gaps on some of these where I guess I didn't grout enough. I thought like it would cover it and it'd be fine, but I needed to grout more. Like for instance, it looked like this on this side, but this side is covered by the outlet cover, no problem, as you can see here. But on this side, there was too much of a gap. So I'm going over all the outlets because there are a couple that this was an issue with, pretty much all of them. I guess I didn't grout close enough to the outlet, which I read and watched where people have said, yes, you need to grout as close to the outlet as possible, the outlet box. So I just kind of taped over where I don't want it to get on the tile so that I have less cleanup to do. And I'll just peel back the tape, let it dry. This is how I discovered the issue. I put the cover on and I noticed there's gaps that look like this. This is just real life, guys. I'm not a pro, so now you guys can see like it's not perfect, but it's really good. I will say, like, if you look at the grout lines, they're just really good. There are no like holes or gaps in the grout, so I'm really pleased with that. I still need to caulk like in the corner. I don't know if you could tell. I need to caulk there and along the countertops. I'm hoping that's enough. I don't know if it will be. Let me see.
I really felt like I was completing a big art project, and I think that's why I enjoy DIYs so much. I remember as a child I would play with toys in unconventional ways that would mimic the very things that I'm doing as an adult, like channeling my inner architect by building giant garages with tiny Lego pieces, or creating my own floor plan to my dream home on the Sims video games. Shout out to my fellow millennials. Or even designing multiple rooms in my composition notebook from home magazine clippings. DIY has been like an adult expression of the inner childhood dreams that I've always had but never truly tapped into. And I think that's why I truly enjoy it so much.
Hi guys, I am back. This is another day. We had to take a little time away from this project. We went on a little trip, but we're back now. I completed laying the tile, grouting, cleaning it, installing the outlet covers, and now I need to caulk all the corners and the seams. This Maple T Plus caulk is already in the color that matches the grout that I've used. I don't know what I'm doing, y'all. I really don't. Oh wow, I didn't have to do that. I feel like such an idiot. Okay, so all I had to do was press this down, pull this all the way back, and then that comes right out. I was like twisting it. So I just learned something new with you guys. So there, like this one's not coming out. I need to cut this. What I like to do, I'm not gonna say this is what you should do because I don't know. This is what I was taught. Is you always cut this tip at an angle so that it gives you a cleaner application. I have this silicone trowel scraper, I think it's called, set. It comes with this tool. So this part is what you use to scrape off old caulk. I'm just gonna wear these gloves for the fun of it because it came with the set, so why not? I got this probably for like $1 at a liquidator store. If you guys know, you know. I really hope, because I don't know what this, oh, ha, wait a second. I just remembered something, my dad taught me this. So you put it at an angle like that. Boom. It's cut. I feel so smart for remembering. I learned that when I was a little girl helping my dad with like house projects and stuff.
I was having a really hard time getting the caulk gun set up and ready for use, but honestly, a quick YouTube University search would have saved me a ton of time.
I don't know what's going on, but it's not coming out, and I'm thinking maybe I need to cut it a little further down. I've never seen one that has this on it, and I was thinking maybe that's a cap, but it doesn't seem to want to come off, so I don't know. Yeah, I think that was a cap, and I don't know how to get it off. Oh, what do you know? Look, the cap came off with the cutter. Okay, that is so fun. It's literally not coming out. It looks like it's dried up in the top of there. I'm so frustrated right now because this should not take this long to figure out. Should be working now. Take like 5 or something. I don't even know. Okay, let's try this again.
After struggling with the caulk gun for quite some time, I was finally able to get started with the caulking. But of course, I continued to come across some hiccups along the way as I really wasn't the best at applying caulk, and for some reason I was struggling to keep it neat. So at times like this where I'm grateful I have a toddler. So I know there's a trick you can use baby wipes to wipe off any excess caulking, so that's what I'm gonna do. Overall, this tool works really well, but I think on the parts where the angle wasn't exactly 90 degrees, it was a little bit harder to get it like clean. One of the things that significantly helped me to create cleaner seams with the caulk was applying tape to either side of a seam before the application. This was great for making cleanup a breeze. The process for me consisted of applying the caulk to a seam, smoothing it out with the scraper tool and my finger, and then wiping away any excess with a baby wipe before removing the tape. I completed all of these steps one section at a time. With some continued practice, of course, I got better at applying caulk to the seams, but this had to be one of the most underwhelming parts of the project in my opinion. So many of you in the comments have said that my videos inspire you to tackle your own renovation in your home, and that truly means the world to me. I mean, I put off doing the kitchen cabinets and backsplash for over a year simply out of fear for messing up. But now that I went for it, I can say that it was completely worth it, and I have learned so much and gained so much confidence to do other projects around our home. So if you've been putting off a project in fear of messing up, start doing some research, watch some YouTube videos, and get to it. The only way that you can learn is really to try. And you guys can see just from the before and after clips that I've truly learned so much in this renovation. Okay, so I finished tiling the backsplash. The next few things that I have left on my list are I need to finish patching up the holes around this window, frame out the window, paint the walls, and I also need to install the light fixture that goes above this window. That's what's next on my to-do list. So the first order of business in this video is repairing all the nail holes surrounding the kitchen window using some spackling and a plastic spreader. I needed to do this because I plan on installing a trim that is not as wide as the pre-existing molding, and I wanted the walls to be as flawless as possible. This was a pretty easy process and didn't take much time to complete. So I just finished patching around the window. I have some leftover paint from the other rooms that we painted. I'm going to use this on the walls in the kitchen. This is the color Simply White by Benjamin Moore. I feel like Simply White really works for this space, and it'll just allow all the other colors to stand out a little bit more, even though they are more muted colors. I'm going to get to painting over the cabinets and the rest of the walls. It was time for me to get this paint out and get to work. And of course my assistant wanted to pitch in, but I didn't think she was quite ready for this job. Because as you'll see shortly, I had to navigate some real obstacles to get this done. She did enjoy watching me peel the dried paint off the paint bucket though, and it was pretty satisfying. I got so excited to get to painting that I made a few messes and poured way too much paint in my paint tray. But once I got that all cleaned up and sorted out, I was able to refocus my efforts to actually gain some real progress. I never have everything that I need. I always have to stop and go get something else, so yeah. Let's see how many times I have to actually stop this project to go get something else. I got this brush. It's an angled like corner brush. I use it for cabinets to get in certain corners, and the angle really just helps. So I'm gonna use that actually to cut in, so I don't get paint on the ceiling, because we already have a flat white paint on the ceiling. This is what it looked like before, patchy and all that, and then this is what it looks like now. Not as patchy. I just need to do a few coats. I already know what some of you might be thinking as you see the color go on the walls. Oh, white is so sterile and boring, but I assure you, this color choice wasn't just an afterthought, and it has more warmth to it than a true white, so it really does make a difference in this space. Careful. Hey guys, I was literally standing like on the edge of this countertop here to get up here. Wouldn't recommend that, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Okay guys, I forgot I needed this. Went to the garage, got it. This extension rod, a must have. Look at this. So you press the button and it like extends on both sides. Really good for like hard to reach areas like what I'm about to do. This part of the paint job required me to get on the countertops, as I had no other way to reach the spaces over the staircase. And I may or may not have put my life on the line to get this part done, but at least I survived and the walls ended up looking great in the end. Oh my God. What am I doing? This is crazy. When we first purchased our home, our kitchen was extremely dark and felt really gloomy and closed off. And the floor plan doesn't help much, as we don't have an open concept living space. We've even thought about knocking some walls down to create an open floor plan, but maybe sometime down the road. For now, we're thoroughly enjoying having a kitchen that feels light, open, and airy. After all, it is just paint and we could always change it in the future. But I will say, after getting the kitchen painted, it felt like a breath of fresh air. Under the staircase, like, there must have been a piece of trim that was removed here previously, because it just doesn't look finished. Like the wall doesn't look finished, it doesn't look smooth. There's some cracks, like there's a seam here, so I'm thinking if we had a piece of trim like this and trimmed it out, I think that would be actually really, really good. I think we're gonna do something like that here, and that looks way cleaner, more finished. And then even if we had like a trim piece here, I feel like that would look way more polished and clean. I think that looks way better. I don't know, maybe I'm like overdoing it. Like, you see that? It's not polished versus way cleaner, way more polished. That might not be part of the kitchen reno. I think we'll make that a part of the staircase makeover, because we do plan on making over this staircase here, as well as the staircase that leads to the bedrooms upstairs. So stay tuned for that. Oh, I think I remember this. As I finished up this paint project, I began to realize that there were some preparation steps that I definitely skipped, and I needed to make sure that I prepped all of the surfaces so that the paint doesn't ruin them. As you guys can tell, I tend to forget the tools that I need and remember them as I'm working, but that's totally fine. It's definitely a part of the process. Once I was done painting all of the areas that had me training for some sort of episode of Wipeout, my design assistant wanted to take part in painting the last sections of the walls that were a little bit easier to access, and of course I let her because it's definitely a learning process for her as well. Juggling DIY home projects while caring for a toddler and balancing other responsibilities, especially without nearby family support, often leaves us searching for opportunities to get things done. Life can be full of surprises and difficulties, which is why I left the kitchen project untouched for several months. But once I found the time and motivation, I headed to Harbor Freight in search of a new power tool that was gonna help me get this project completed. And because of a crazy good sale, I got a new brad nailer for the price of just a 20-volt battery and charger. Good morning, guys. Today is the day that we finally get to finish the window trim situation and a couple of other things, but right now we're focusing on the trim around the window. I ran into an issue, which I think I mentioned this in a previous video, where some of the tiles that I cut and installed around this window, some of the cuts are uneven, so there's like a big gap where the trim that I really wanted to use would have. This is the trim that I got. I really like it. It's actually a mullion, and I like it because it's not too thick, but my issue is I'm gonna need thicker trim, so I'm gonna have to go back to the store and get a different style of trim. You'll see like a whole thick strip of caulking right in the middle of the window, and then the rest is like all tile, and I think that's just gonna look really bad. So I'm gonna need to get a thicker piece of trim. Gotta do what you gotta do. I don't wanna delay this project anymore, so. I just got to Lowe's. It's super rainy outside, so I'm gonna try to hurry up and get what I need and get back in the car so I can head home and get working. After spending a significant amount of time at Lowe's trying to find the right trim, I finally settled on one that fit my needs and got ready to head home. I just broke this piece of trim. It literally snapped into pieces. Let's see if I can show you. See those pieces there? It just broke. I'm back, guys. I got the trim pieces that I need for the window. But yeah, I got the trim. So I'm gonna go ahead and start marking my cuts for the trim around the window. So my issue here is I know like the length that I need my trim here, but I also need the pieces cut at a 45-degree angle so that way I can kind of like miter all of the ends. I think that's the right term. I think I used it correctly. But so I need to make sure that I account for the fact that they all need to be cut at a 45-degree angle, and I need to account for the direction that those 45-degree angles are cut. So that way I'm not making a mistake and screwing it up, essentially. I think my best bet is just drawing it all out on a piece of paper because I'm a very visual person, visual learner, all that. So I'm gonna get my little notepad and draw it out because that'll help me the most. Yeah. This is my really rough drawing. I'm gonna try to cut 2 pieces out of this one. See how it goes first before I cut all 4. I'm gonna set this to 45 degrees so I can make an angled cut. There you go. And I don't have any glasses. Like, I don't know where. No, I do. I have glasses. See? Yeah. These are just really big. I need to get some that actually fit me. Once I got all my cuts marked off for my window trim, I was able to start making my angled cuts on our miter saw, which we scored on Facebook Market for only $40. These ones are like falling off, so I'm gonna try these. Yeah, these are way better. Kind of cute too. Now shift this to 45 degrees the other way. And if you're a loyal viewer of mine, you would know by now that none of my projects are completed without a hiccup of some sort. So it should be of no surprise to you that my GFCI outlet in my garage shorted out on me while making the cuts on my miter saw.
I think the fridge just stopped. Okay, that was so weird. Ah, why did I do that? I should have not done that. I did it. Okay, let's see.
Once I got all my mitered cuts done, I brought everything inside to dry fit it and make sure that my trim pieces were all cut accurately.
Okay, I am gonna have to make these shorter. Didn't take my measurements quite accurately. Oh wait, I did measure it properly. This one is fine. I don't know why the other one is so much longer. Yeah, that's actually perfect. Somehow I mismeasured the second piece. I cut all the trim pieces and now I'm gonna install the trim around the window. I'm gonna take this tape off that's been here the whole, like, I don't know, how long has this tape been up here? Like a whole month? No, months. This has been preventing bugs from coming in because, well, it's an old window. So there's like a gap there and it had like trim that was covering that gap that I have to reinstall. So like all these bugs, look at that, yum. Nail that was left over.
Before installing the window trim, I needed to remove the painter's tape that I put up to help control the draft, as well as any remaining nails that I couldn't remove before. And of course, I needed to recruit hubby for some assistance.
You want me to do it?
Yeah, I do.
I get credit for the rest of the project though.
Whatever. That was easy.
How long realistically should this take?
How long? You know, not much time at all. Like 30 minutes? Can you hold this for me?
If we work together, it will only take 30 minutes.
Why, you want to go play basketball?
No, I mean, yeah, but that's not what I was asking.
Let's hold that right there. Right there. Right. Whoa, a little less pressure. Right there. Good, hold it good. All right now.
I think it moved.
It definitely did.
One thing I love about working on these home projects with my husband is that he has no problem letting me take the reins, as he knows how much I truly enjoy them. But he doesn't mind stepping in and giving me a hand when I really need it.
I'm gonna lift it like slightly and I need you to hold it there as firm as you can.
Alright, so you need to hold it right here.
Right there. Don't let it drop at all.
And he doesn't mind if I get a little bossy either.
Okay, Bob the Builder.
You got a license for that thing?
I don't. I actually don't. Oh, we can take this off. Gross. Maybe one day we'll replace this window, but not in this series. Or maybe at the end, who knows.
So you see me kind of installing the trim out of order here, and that's because I wanted to make sure that the gap at the bottom of the window was covered up for now, so that there was no draft coming in case we didn't get everything finished in time. And boy was I glad I did, because, well, as you can imagine, trimming out this window took us a lot longer than I had originally anticipated.
So I'm just gonna leave that there for now, so we don't get a huge draft in. Just gonna finish this off. This is not good. Houston, we have a problem. This one is fine, see? Other problem is that I'm gonna need to cut this. Guys, I'm running into so many problems. Oh my gosh. This is like not fun at all. I have to cut this piece right here. Should I cut now or later? I'm just gonna nail this one in to make myself feel better. I feel like I actually did something, you know? Oh, that could have shot me in my eye. See why they say to wear eye protection?
I was so eager to make progress that I actually forgot my eye protection, so hubby went and got my eyewear for me so that my precious eyes were protected and intact.
Thanks. Good looking out.
Got you. That's what I'm here for.
Safety first.
At this point, I was really starting to feel defeated as I kept running into problem after problem and setback after setback, and the stainless steel trim capping off the tile around the window was in the way of installing the window trim. And since the tile work was completed a few months prior, my only options were to cut the metal trim or remove it entirely, possibly damaging the tiles I had already installed.
Here's my solution, possibly, is my multi-tool. Thing is, so there's a huge chance that it doesn't work. There's also a huge chance I end up cutting through the tile. Oh my gosh, the teeth are dull. This is taking a lot longer than I thought it would.
Lefty loosey, righty tighty.
This is really in there, so cameraman, gonna need your assistance. I mean, we're making progress, right? I'm actually really scared right now. I don't want to wake my daughter up either. Is it supposed to move like that? Am I doing something wrong here?
We were trying what felt like everything, and as the time was speeding by, I was starting to feel like there was no way that I could solve this problem without creating an even bigger one for myself.
Plan B, garden pruners. I feel so nervous, like this was supposed to be a smooth process. I don't even know what to think anymore. Like, am I gonna be able to get this done?
It was starting to sound and feel like an actual construction site in here, but I felt my lack of knowledge and experience was really catching up with me.
No. Oh my gosh. This is so annoying.
Right before I was ready to throw in the towel, I was able to successfully remove the towel trim and move on to completing the window trim install.
You gotta be kidding me.
What did we learn?
What did we learn? Trim out your window before you tile around it. I don't know. I think I might get some shims. I think I make it work. Yep, I just gotta find the shims. I'm making this work.
You just probably close them.
So, I just drilled through the grout for no reason because I thought I was gonna have to take the whole tile down. I made it work.
After an extensive amount of time and effort, we were able to get over the hurdle that was the metal tile trim and finally finish up the picture frame molding. And of course, I had to get just a little creative.
Okay, I got some popsicle sticks. I'm gonna just shim all around. I'm gonna use these as shims because I cannot find my actual shims, but I'm gonna remove the top and I think the bottom piece as well and go from there. I'm putting this in the corner. Yeah, you guys, I don't know what's going on with me today, but I think it's like I haven't done a project in a while.
Finally, after all my whining and complaining, we were done with the picture frame molding, but we still had a little bit more we had to do around this window.
Would you like to explain to the people what you just did?
No. So I was trying to pull this nail out. Apparently it's 2-inch nails. So it's in there pretty deep, and I kind of ripped through the trim.
What do you have to say for yourself?
Sorry, I don't know what to say.
Wow. Sorry won't fix this, okay?
I got a better idea.
Do you?
Yeah, I do.
What? Huh?
Where?
Did you get it?
Surely did.
Awesome. I found this cove molding, I think is what it's called. Like it goes like this instead of curved like that. That was such a weird explanation, but I think it's way better.
At this point in the project, we needed to cut some cove molding to frame the inside of the window, and boy did I have my work cut out for me. Of course, we ended up coming across another roadblock. I couldn't for the life of me figure out how to properly miter the cove molding to create the perfect 90-degree inside corners to sit inside of our window.
So confused. I see why people hate cutting crown molding because it is tricky. We just finished putting the framing around the window, but there's like a gap where the window is to the actual like frame. So I made some cuts of this like cove molding. Now we're gonna go ahead and install it. Since it's like that cove molding, I'm able to nail it straight down into the frame. It'll be alright.
Battery's not in.
I was wondering why it felt so light.
Yeah, that would help. That would help.
Like, what am I doing wrong?
That 30 minutes I told my husband it would take to finish this window trim was starting to take hours, and I was really over it by now.
They don't actually match up.
Even after watching a bunch of YouTube videos and following exactly what they were advising, it just wasn't coming out correctly. So if any of you are actual experienced woodworkers and know what I might have been doing wrong, please let me know in the comments. At this point, after measuring and remeasuring, cutting and recutting, hour after hour, we decided it was best to call it a night and attempt this again in the morning when we were well rested and refreshed.
Good morning, guys. It is the next day. I have installed the trim around the window, like to frame it, but I still have this cove molding, which this has been giving me the biggest headache. I really don't know what's going on. Well, we're gonna try to like finesse it somehow. I'm gonna have to fill the cracks. You see that gap? The angles don't actually match up, and I don't know why, even though I cut it on my miter saw with 45 degree. Like this side looks even worse. We need to get started on this project. I feel very hesitant because last night it was like a big debacle, big ordeal, trying to get this cove molding trim up. I don't know, I'm just really frustrated. I want this part to be over so I can move on, but obviously it's not always that simple. So we're gonna figure it out though, one way or another. I've learned after doing a few DIY projects that it's better to bring more tools than you think you need, because you're gonna end up having to go back and forth to the garage or your toolbox to get tools. I think what I'm gonna do, instead of trying to be such a perfectionist, I'm going to use my box cutter to try to get this cut to be like more flush with it, I guess. Hopefully that helps. All right, let's see what that does. Yeah, that's so much better. I'm gonna take off just a little bit here. That's too short. Okay.
You did it.
This is my very last piece of this exact trim, so I can't mess this up, and once I cut it, that's pretty much it for me. So I'm gonna take the last measurement. Instead of the miter saw, I'm gonna start using this like miter shears. I got it off Amazon, and I just feel like it's a safer option for me right now. So and the great thing about this is PVC, so it cuts so easily. I'm gonna cut it again just a little bit longer. And let's see. Oh my gosh, it's perfect.
After finally getting all of the window trim installed, I was feeling very relieved. And it may not be perfect, but it was good enough for now, and I know I'll have to revisit it later on to perfect it, but at this point I only had the mental capacity for good enough. I was just ready to move on to the pantry corner and call it done.
So I have this piece of trim here, and there's a gap in between the wall and where this pantry cabinet was installed, but I cut this piece of trim. It has like this really pretty fluted detail. I'm gonna be removing the door so that I can nail the trim to the corner. It feels so weird holding the screwdriver because it's so much lighter. Whoa. Oh gosh, okay. There's no way I'm out of nails. No. Huh? That's That's really weird. I don't know what was going on just now. You've seen this, right? It's not just me. That means it's fully charged. I didn't use it enough for it to be dying. Like, why the heck is it not working? It's so strange. Oh! Someone touched this? Yeah, I think that's what happened. Okay, let's try this again. There we go.
Sometimes with big DIY projects like this, you have to go backwards in order to move forwards. And that's totally okay. The great thing about this being my home is that I can learn at my own pace and make mistakes knowing I can always go back and fix them once I figure it all out.
We have two different pieces of trim. This is the one I really would like to install because it will match the other side and I feel like it just looks more finished. Only problem is, like down here, it will be fine. Like, you know, it'll just barely fit and I don't know what I'll be able to nail it into. But up here, the gap gets even bigger. So I was thinking to screw this behind the gap there so that I have something to nail it into. It's just scrap wood that I found in the garage. I'm hoping that this works.
I know some of you may be thinking we didn't accomplish much in this video, but with all of the challenges we faced, we didn't give up and we're now a few steps closer to finishing this kitchen than we were before.
He dropped the piece of wood behind the cabinet, so guess I'll have to cut some more.
I can fix this.
He says he can fix this. I don't see how, but... Good morning, guys. It's a new day and...
Good morning, guys.
We have the trim around the window. Today I'm going to be caulking all the seams, wood filling, all of that. Yeah, that's really what we're doing today. I have some other areas that I need to caulk. I'm also needing to fix this gap behind this pantry cabinet here. So everything is looking so pretty and nice right now, but it's a work in progress. So I'm not going to do a lot today. Just a few little finishing touches. But yeah, let's get to it. Here we go. I feel like I'm living life on the edge, guys. Quite literally. Look at that. I'm literally living on the edge.
One thing about DIY is that you have to be willing to take risks in order to get the job done. It definitely makes the projects a lot more fun.
I'm gonna have to get really creative with this because it's hard to see what I'm doing, but I just have to like trust that it's coming out. Oh my gosh, this is so messy. It's all about the stance, I think. That one came out really good. This is good. This came out good. There's just a little more gaps. See, like it's really smooth here and then there's like a gap. I needed to...
Because of how small the spaces in between the window and the cabinets were, I had to practically contort my body just to caulk around the window.
I gotta figure out the best way to get this angle. I don't want these wires touching me. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Put it up there. I need like backer rod. I don't know what I was thinking.
This may not be the most exciting task, but it's one that makes all the difference when it comes to having a flawless end result.
Okay guys, I was trying to caulk behind this piece of trim over here, and of course it's a little higher where the tile is versus where it's just the wall. I don't know if that makes sense, but there's a really big gap, so it's hard to get it caulked properly without all the caulk just going like underneath the trim. So I have some, it's called Caulk Saver. I know it as backer rod. It should help me. Hopefully it's not too thick. I think I really need like that much. So I'm gonna cut it. I also kind of think I should try to slice this in half because this is pretty thick. Let's see, I'm gonna do some surgery. I'm gonna do some surgery on this thing, guys. You have to improvise with DIY. It's one thing I've learned. I think this should be a good size for what I need. I'm just gonna shove it behind here, and then that should really help me to be able to caulk without a big issue. That might be what I need. Yeah, I think that's what I needed. Hopefully this does the trick. Now that I put that backer rod in here, it should hopefully fill a lot better. Okay, there we go. So now I need to caulk the seams between the wood trim and this PVC trim. I already caulked between the wood trim and the walls, so we're good there. Once I caulk in between the wood and PVC trim, we'll go from there.
While caulking all of the trim in the kitchen, things started to feel quite repetitive, and I was ready to move on to something more exciting where I could break out the power tools. But I knew that these steps had to be done, and it would be pretty bad if I skipped them. It's the difference between the landlord special and putting actual effort into a project.
With every heartbeat, you're coming closer, coming closer.
I finally finished caulking around the window and the trim where the pantry is. I also need to add some more like trim on the back sides of the cabinets because there's a huge gap between the back of the cabinets and the wall. I went to Lowe's and I got some plastic wood to fill in the seams where the wood meets the wood. And then I got some heavy duty liquid nails because I need to better secure the side of the pantry, like the panel there. My dad had glued it down for us with liquid nails before, but a lot of it is just not adhering very well, so I'm gonna redo that. I'm gonna get started with the wood filling and go from there. I feel like I'm all over the place today, but I think I'm gonna leave the window alone right now, let that dry. I'm gonna hop over to the pantry corner. We need to fill out this gap, and I was gonna get backer rod, like a thicker backer rod than what I have, but apparently they don't sell thicker ones at Lowe's. I don't know if Home Depot does, but I just don't feel like going all the way over there. So I decided I'm just gonna trim it out. So I have this piece of trim that I got from Lowe's. It's just a basic like straight trim. That's really what I want because I don't want anything decorative over here because I am gonna do open shelves here and I'm gonna finish the tile over here. I took the measurements already, so I'm gonna go to the garage and make my cuts that I need. All right guys, here we go. So this piece is for the top part of the cabinet, and then this piece is for the lower cabinet. I think it just died on me. All right, there we go. Are you kidding me? Do you guys see that? This GFCI outlet is horrible. Like, take 3, I think. So 3. Are you kidding me? All right, I'm done. I got my cut, whatever. We're gonna just make do with what we have because this is crazy. Of course, it looks too long. Wonderful. Whatever, I'm over it. We're gonna cover this up. There we go. See? Ah. Ooh, that smells really strong. Yeah, there it goes. See that? Try to get it on both sides. You're gonna... I forgot my clamps. Wonderful. So now I'm just gonna squeeze it together. I need those wipes. Oh, right there. I definitely scraped the ceiling, so we're gonna have to repaint those parts. Yay, so much fun. I think we're good here. I wish I would have gotten a little more just right in here, but that'll have to do. At least it looks a lot better. I need to take off like, it looks like a 3/4 of an inch. Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Are you ready?
As ready as I will be.
There it goes again.
This can't be real life. Like, I don't believe it. There we go. Okay, let's go. This better work. I'm not gonna use the nails because I have 2-inch nails and I don't know. Oh, wow. I don't know if, I don't know what I know. I I just know that I need this to work, and I just know honestly that I'm gonna use the adhesive because I don't want to use the 2-inch nails. There's nothing for these nails to hold on to. You know, you have to think outside the box sometimes. So here I am thinking outside the box.
Let's hope it's not too much outside the box.
Oh, well, we're about to find out.
Using liquid nails to keep this trim in place turned out to be a great solution, but you'll soon see why this ended up creating more work for me later on in this project.
Disaster, eh?
I don't know about you, but I definitely think there's an art to caulking, and I would know because the previous owners of our home didn't do a very good job at caulking the backsplashes in the bathrooms, but it's totally fine, we'll get to that eventually. In order to install the trim on the bottom cabinet in this corner, I needed to remove the baseboard trim to create a little more space. And of course, hubby came to the rescue because I was stuck using a flimsy putty knife and a mallet that just wasn't going to cut it for this job. Operation see if I can get it out before hubby gets back. It's coming out. There's like a little bit that I got out, but I need it all the way out. So, oh yeah, that. I need that. Don't put a hole in the wall, please. You just had to come in here and do that all easy, didn't you?
Good.
Thanks.
He's drawn to do that.
Look guys, nostalgia, wallpaper. All right, so now I'm gonna put this trim piece up, and I'll cut the baseboard a little bit and then reinstall it. There we go, baby. Okay guys, I went into the garage and trimmed this down just a little bit, so it should fit perfectly, yep. And just like that, we were done caulking all the seams in this kitchen. Well, at least that's what I thought.
Hi guys, it's a new day and I'm going to prime and paint all of the trim. I'm gonna start with the trim on the pantry cabinet, and then I need to sand like the wood filler around the window trim and then prime and paint that. So let's get started. Good. I don't have any Floetrol or like paint thinner to add to this, so we're gonna have to make do. I don't recall this primer being this thick when I bought it, but I think it should still do the trick, so we're just gonna go for it.
In order to blend the new trim that I installed on these pantry cabinets, I needed to make sure that they were primed, the nail holes were all filled and sanded, and that they were painted to match the cabinets. I made sure to coat the trim in 2 coats of primer and backled up all the nail holes. I want to reiterate how important these steps are. We still have baseboards in our house installed by the previous owners that have unfilled nail holes, and they literally bother me to this day 2 years later. It's really important that you don't skip any steps when installing any kind of trim, and to make sure to cover up any seams or holes. Hey guys, I'm here at Home Depot and I'm just gonna go in and grab some 3-inch screws, and I need 1.5-inch nails for my nail gun. I just want to grab a couple of supplies so that I can actually get some work done today. So yeah, you're gonna come along with me on this journey. This was a quick hardware store run, so I was in and out in a matter of minutes. I grabbed what I needed to get and I was out of there. Got the goods.
All right guys, I got the 3-inch screws and the 1.5-inch brad nails that I'm gonna need to start the install of the floating shelf. My plan is I'm going to be installing a floating shelf right here. It's gonna be 2 shelves, so I think I'll start the first one like right about here, and then the next one will be about here. And I am also gonna be tiling beneath that first row. I'm going to today just mark my studs, and then I'm also going to be like marking where I'm gonna end the tile so that I'm kind of like prepared for that as well. And yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing right now.
In order to ensure that my shelves were very well secured to the wall and could support a sufficient amount of weight, I needed to attach these brackets to studs in the wall. So I used my stud finder to mark where I would attach my brackets once they were built.
So in order to figure out how high I want my first shelf, I'm just gonna measure from the countertop to the bottom of this cabinet. And I feel like that's gonna be a pretty good indicator of where I can have my shelf start. And then I'll just kind of like play around with it over by the pantry corner and see if it looks good to me. Here we have 18 inches. That's about what I was expecting. So if we have the first shelf at, let's see. Why is this happening right now? Like seriously. Okay, so if the first shelf is at 18 inches, that'd be like right here. And I feel like that feels a little low. I don't know. I think maybe I'll do like 20 here and then go up to like 32 or 30. We can always play around with that and see how that feels. I'm gonna use some painter's tape to kind of mark where those shelves would be if they were at those measurements. So this would be 18 inches here, and then 20, I think I did 20 inches and then 30 or 32, I can't remember. That seems too close. What do you guys think? That looks too close to me. I don't know. I'm not sure that I like that. Because then I also have to account for the fact that each shelf is going to be about 3 inches thick. And then that's not a lot of space in between. So I'm definitely going to have to move this up maybe to like there.
So I ended up moving my shelf templates, but I still wasn't quite satisfied. Maybe I was overthinking this a little.
I'm like not convinced. In relation to where the top of that cabinet is, it looks like this needs to be moved like down here. So the shelf would be like about here and it's gonna come out. So I'm like, is that gonna look okay? I'm thinking we move the shelf down to here, right? And that doesn't look so bad. I feel like that looks good. That feels more balanced to me. Like let's pretend. Let's act this out. Oh, let me just put this on my shelf. Like I feel like I'm barely reaching, but then maybe that's how it should be, especially because we're using 2 shelves. So like, oh, I'm gonna put this on my shelf. Oh, let me put my teacup here. Yeah, that feels comfortable. I got this trim. This is just gonna cap off this side, so I'll be able to cut it right there. This trim is kind of giving me like flashbacks to the window trim because that was a whole debacle. You guys remember that in the last video? Oh, look. You've got to be kidding me. I have some leftover tile. I'm gonna have to cut it down at this point because that's where I started all the other ones off. So I'm gonna just plan out my cuts and mark everything out from there. One of my very favorite videos that I've done was my tiling video because that was my favorite project that I've done in this kitchen so far. I enjoyed tiling, and then painting the cabinets was my second favorite part of this kitchen. Comment down below what your favorite part of this kitchen renovation series has been so far, or if there's a part that you're looking forward to. I only have about 2 more videos in this kitchen reno series before it's completely done. If you want to support the channel, you can do that simply by liking and subscribing and putting your notifications on. So that really helps us a lot. Okay guys, so I marked where I'm going to put my shelves on this wall, marked where I'm going to cap off my tiles for under the first shelf. I marked my cuts for my tiles, and now I'm going to sand down some of this like spackling that I used to fill the nail holes on this trim. I have this, it's a 320 grit sandblock. I'm just going to go ahead and use that. Back to business. Okay, so I have some leftover paint. Let's shake it up. I don't have any paint stirrers, at least I don't think I do.
Getting the paint on this trim meant that I was one step closer to the fun part of the project, where I get to take all my power tools out and get to work.
Painting the trim around the pantry cabinet. The paint takes 4 hours before I can do a second coat, and I'm gonna do at least 2 coats. It's now 4:04, so I'll be able to do the second coat at 8 o'clock, and that'll be perfect because that's around the time for me to get my daughter to bed, so I can just do like a quick coat right before 8 and then put everything away and get her down. I'm gonna move on to the window area. This part here, you guys saw in the last episode, I ended up cutting into the grout in the tile here, so I need to re-grout that. It's all good. Every problem has a solution. It may not be fun, but you would literally never know. Like, how would you know? It literally looks perfect. Okay. I just finished re-grouting this section of the tile here where I cut into the grout, and now I'm going to sand the parts of the trim that I wood filled. For some reason they're cracking, so I'm gonna have to do another layer, but we'll figure it out.
I haven't had the best experience with wood filler in the past and typically prefer to use Bondo, so I was avoiding this process for a little while, but I knew that wood filler was the most appropriate product to use for the situation, and it ended up being a pretty smooth process after all. I didn't know that once I sanded it down, those cracks that were showing would actually be mended, and I had nothing further to do.
I'm like so flustered. My husband came back home with my daughter from gymnastics, and she is extremely tired and didn't take a nap today, so she's just like really carrying on, and I'm like all over the place now. But anyways, I'm just gonna fill in that one corner up there, and then I think I'm gonna call it quits after that, besides just doing like that final coat of paint on the trim in the pantry corner, because it's already getting dark and I just want to tend to my toddler. I haven't really spent a lot of time with her today.
I was finally able to finish the last coat of paint on this trim and call it a night before we got to the next part of this project.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I guess where we're going.
Home Depot. So we're going to Home Depot. I need to get some more tile adhesive, and we need to get some plywood for these shelves. I don't know why, but I've been avoiding getting the plywood. Like, I've been going back and forth to Lowe's and Home Depot and not picking it up because I'm like, oh, I think I'm gonna get the wrong size, or I don't know. I just been freaking out a little bit, but I actually have to get them in order to do the shelves, so we're gonna do that now. You ready?
No.
I literally got like 3 hours of sleep last night, guys. I'm really exhausted, but we're gonna make it work. I just don't want to get splinters. That's why I'm being so like girly with it. Success. We got the cut.
Got back from Home Depot. I got the plywood for the shelves that I'm going to build, and I had to get some more tile adhesive for the tile. I'm just going to do a small backsplash area right here. I read that with painted walls I have to sand them down before I install the tile here, just so that the tile adhesive will stick to it. It is what it is. I just want to get this done now.
I don't know. What am I doing? I don't know. I feel like this is not doing anything. Let's hope for the best here. I'm gonna go inside and make all my tile cuts now, and then I'll come back in and get to installing this tile over here.
Marking the lines for where I needed to make the tile cuts helped me so much when using this wet tile saw. Since it doesn't have a sliding platform, the cuts are prone to being a little uneven, but the key here was to go slow and steady.
Let's see how I did on the cuts, because I was a little nervous that maybe they weren't too good, but they actually look really good.
I did have to go over some of my cuts just one more time, just to get it a little more even.
That looks better.
Since I've already had a little practice with tiling the kitchen backsplash before, actually installing the tile was smooth sailing, especially since this was such a small section of tile. And my design assistant decided to help, as she always enjoys a good tiling project.
I have my design assistant here.
Right now we're at Home Depot. I'm here getting some 2x3s to build the open shelving. The next day we headed to Home Depot to grab some 2x3s in order to build the open shelving in the pantry corner. And of course I had to make sure that they were straight so that they were good to be used.
We got the width to fit like perfectly. Just barely fit. It made it. Good morning, guys. It's a new day, and right now I have the tile backsplash up, so I'm gonna go ahead and get to grouting. But first I need to clean up some of the excess tile adhesive that's on top of the tiles, and even some got on the cabinets. And I also need to recalk some areas that for some reason started cracking, but I'm gonna recalk that so that it can dry while I get to the grouting.
I just finished recalking like the seams in between the cabinet and the wall. Should be good to go now. Now I'm gonna go ahead and clean off the surface of these tiles so that I can go ahead and start grouting. I have a new sponge here. Found this little bucket that I have laying around. I used a wet sponge to scrub away the excess adhesive from the tile surface, and then used a small plastic scraper that helped me to remove some of the thicker chunks of adhesive from the grout lines.
It's not that bad.
I then moved on to grouting all of the tile and wiping away all of the excess grout with a wet sponge. I finally finished grouting this section here. Now I'm gonna get to completing the brackets for my open shelving. I'm a little nervous because while I did recently build an entire like garage shelf system for my mom for her garage, and it was a success, I'm still a little nervous because I want this to be like very clean looking. The garage shelf for my mom, it was more of like a structural build, and I didn't have to like make sure it looked so picture perfect, although it did come out really nice. So this I'm like in my head a lot about right now. One thing that I didn't really take into consideration is that I already installed this trim piece, and I want these shelves to be very flush against the cabinet. I don't want there to be like a gap, and I want the open shelving to be very seamless. So for me, my best workaround for this is to cut a gap the size of my shelf thickness, if that makes sense, into the trim so that everything sits flush against the cabinet. I don't want to create a hole in the cabinet, but keep it moving. Okay. Take a deep breath. Okay. This is my drawing for my shelf. It's very rough. So I want my shelves to be 10 inches deep, and I need to account for the pieces of oak that I'm gonna put on the front, look for like the front face of the shelving. Those are 1/4 inch, so that means I need to cut them 9 3/4 of an inch minus 1.5 inches. So it should be 8 1/4 inch if I'm not mistaken. Clean. Got my pieces here. I'm gonna go inside and get to assembling. Okay, here we go. It's like a bunch of like Jenga blocks or something. This is the support board here. I'm gonna cut at the trim that's on this cabinet so that I can push this frame flush against this cabinet and not against the trim. And then when I have my face frame piece, I guess it's called, it's 1/4 inch thick, so it'll actually be flush with this tile. I'm gonna mark where this sits here. Add 1/2 inch to that. I'm really nervous because I'm bringing this guy out again, and as you guys could recall in the last video, we didn't really get along. I'm gonna try it with this. I don't know, I just saw smoke and then like something turned black back there, and yeah, it's making me nervous. I don't know what to do. Maybe it's because the teeth are so dull. Is it supposed to smoke? Like, it's literally smoking and it smells like burnt wood. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's supposed to, right? Oh, these look sharper. Carbide teeth, that sounds right. Extreme materials. Oh, this is way better. Oh my god. Once I realized which blade was best to use, this process was a bit easier, and I was able to notch out the trim without creating excessive damage to the cabinet. I was a bit worried at first that I was going to regret doing this, but it really wasn't that bad, and I'll be a lot happier knowing the shelves are going to have the look I wanted in the end. When I figured out that the blade was my issue and not the actual multi-tool, I actually started to enjoy using the multi-tool. Come on! Got it! So let's test it out. So this is where it's gonna sit. And then I'm gonna have 1/4 inch on the top and 1/4 inch on the bottom. So I need to just trim off a little bit more on the bottom so that my 1/4 inch plywood will fit beneath the shelf brackets too. It looks a hot mess, but guys, once the shelves go up, you won't even be able to see like half of this, and I can touch it up. Honestly guys, I can't wait to see what else I'll need to use this oscillating tool for in future projects. It's definitely small, but mighty.
Okay guys, I marked where my studs are. This is where it's going to be connected to the wall. Now I'm marking where each of my little brackets are going to be located. I'm measuring 6.5 from each outer bracket. So this one will be here and this will be here. That's perfect. I have some construction screws. I'm going to go ahead and attach my shelf brackets together for my open shelving. I have some drill bits here. I'm going to pre-drill some holes so that I don't split the wood. Are you building something?
Yeah.
Wow. After getting my measurements, it was time to attach the smaller pieces to the larger support piece of my bracket. And of course, my design assistant had to jump in and assist as she was really wanting to get comfortable with using power tools herself. She really made sure to pay close attention as she wanted to get the technique down. So I pre-drilled my holes and I'm now gonna install it to the wall. That's not good.
That's not
Like that's level. Look at that.
go.
Then this level.
Yeah, level.
This not level. I don't even know. Like, look at this. Look at that, guys. Like, I don't know. To get it level, that's like a 1/2 inch difference. What in the world? I'm pretty much gonna have to take this bracket down and then replace this piece with this one because for some reason this one is thicker. I don't know why. Yay, setbacks, guys. Woo! Of course, it's always frustrating when I hit a bump in the road and have a setback, but I didn't let the setback bother me too much and I got straight to work and built my second shelf in record timing. I just finished making my second shelf bracket. I measured 16 inches apart and I also used the stud finder and I could have sworn this was picking up a stud. That's why I marked a stud on that tape line, but for whatever reason, as I was screwing this bracket in, there's no stud there because these two screws started to spin. That's telling me there are no studs there, so I don't know. So I'm probably gonna have to take it down again and find some drywall anchors that'll fit those screws. But I already made my second shelf, so at least it's made. In order to get the second shelf brace installed, I followed the same steps from the first one. My shelf brackets are let's say I wanted to put like a plate on it or something. And I'm like, oh, let me stack my bowls right here. Like, look, that's a good, I feel like that's a good height. I'm so excited. It's gonna look so good, my open shelves. It's crazy how before starting the shelf build, I was so nervous, even though I'd already had experience building a shelf at a much larger scale. I enjoyed the process and got over my fear of messing it up. Hi guys, it is a whole new week. I finished building the braces for my open shelving. Now I'm in my garage. I'm gonna start cutting down some of this half round molding and I'm going to use them as like the border of my shelf so that it gives a really pretty fluted detail. I just think it's gonna be really cool. I definitely need this. In order to achieve the fluted look that I really wanted, I started cutting down the half round molding to 3-inch pieces to match the thickness of my open shelves. I used a speed square instead of a tape measure to mark my cuts as I found it allowed for a pretty efficient workflow. Should I be wearing my work gloves? Maybe I should. I might as well use them to avoid like splinters, right? Safety first. I was really excited to get all of my pieces cut down, but of course I was met with a few challenges while using the miter saw. What in the world? What is going on? Something's like in the way of this. What? Okay, I think it was that. Okay, we're good now. We should be.
After a brief interruption, I got right back to work. I decided to use one of my cuts as a cut guide and taped it to my miter saw platform to make my cuts without having to measure each time. I did make sure to check my measurements after making that first initial cut with the guide before moving forward with my remaining cuts, just to make sure that I wasn't making any mistakes along the way.
What? Why is it stuck? Why is it stuck? I've never seen this in my life. Oh, I see. This is crazy stuff happening right now. This right here, when you close the table saw, you're supposed to flip this underneath here, and it's like a lip that keeps it locked, like for safety purposes. I think the dust bag here kind of like caused it to move. I'm gonna like put it on the other side now. Hopefully that doesn't happen again.
Guys, super awkward because I laid out the pieces of half round trim that I cut and I only measured enough for one shelf. I don't know why I didn't take into consideration that I have 2 shelves, which means I'm gonna have to buy probably 1 or 2 more in order to be able to do both shelves. I'm back in the kitchen. I got all of my little half round pieces cut for the open shelving. I need to actually wipe down the tile surface again. There's always a haze after. I'm just gonna get a wet sponge and wipe it off. It typically will come off pretty easy without using a haze remover. Removing the haze was a pretty simple and straightforward process. I simply used a wet sponge to wipe away any of the remaining grout residue from the surface of the tiles, and while this step is always an arm workout, there wasn't a lot of surface area to wipe down, so it wasn't that bad this time around. Right now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be caulking the corner here where I tiled, just so everything is really seamless in this corner before I actually finish off the shelf. Then after that, I'm gonna move on to the window. I have this Maple T Plus caulk. It's made specifically for tile projects. Okay, hopefully that's good enough. I'm already getting it everywhere. I have a little bit of grout in these corners here, so I'm going to try to notch it out with my box cutter. Some might be thinking, why not just caulk right over those areas? But I wanted to make sure to do this the right way so that I don't compromise the quality of my work. I think we're done. I cleaned it up as much as it's going to be cleaned. And of course I made sure to clean up any debris as I go so that everything was as neat as possible. Okay, let's see. Tiles feel so clean, really clean. As you're about to see, what was supposed to be a fairly quick and easy job pretty much became impossible for me to complete. I think I might cut this. The caulk was all dried up in the tube and I could not get it out for the life of me. It like does not want to come out. There's no way it's all dried in here, right? Like, this is kind of getting on my nerves. I'm not gonna lie. Ugh, this is so frustrating. Oh my gosh, it's getting hot. Looks like I'm going to move on to something else right now. I am going to tackle this trim here. I need to sand down this window here, and so that way I can get it ready to prime it and paint it. But you guys know the whole ordeal with the cove molding trim that happened, and I need to replace this side of it because there's a big gap here and I don't think it's worth trying to fill with just Bondo. I mean, it might be. That way I don't have to take it down and then put it back up. I don't know. I really don't know. But I think I don't know what I'm gonna do, guys. I'm just gonna start sanding the window. That's my best bet because at least I know it has to be done. I have some spackling here. I'm going to use it to spackle the nail holes on the trim. Oh my gosh, what the heck? There's mold going in my spackling.
I didn't even know that was possible. Okay, I'm gonna throw this out because that is so weird. I have my other spackling tub. There's no mold in this one, so that's good. After getting rid of the moldy spackling, I was able to use another one that I had on hand without having to make another trip to the hardware store. I used the spackling to fill the nail holes in the PVC cove molding that I previously installed around the window frame, and while it may not make any sense at all as I say this now, this actually ended up being a complete waste of my time, and you'll see why later on in this video. I opened up the window and I put some tape behind here, and I'm gonna use some Bondo to try to fill in the seam here where the PVC trim molding is. To be honest, I don't want to have to go buy more. I don't want to have to take it down and redo it, and I already have what I need to fill this seam, so that's what we're gonna do. Once I got all of the Bondo mixed up and ready to go, I was able to start filling the seam. I didn't realize at the time that I was foreshadowing what was to come when I explained that I didn't want to remove the trim I had previously installed. But here I am happily working in delusion as I fill in the seam with Bondo anyways. I used a popsicle stick to help me get into the crevices easier, and this virtually took me no time at all to complete. Hi guys, it's the next day and I finished filling that little gap with the Bondo. Now what I'm going to do is sand everything down. I also spackled the nail holes on the PVC trim. I also need to sand the actual window, and I'm also going to clean it. I need to get it ready for primer and paint. When getting ready to paint any surface, prepping the surface that you're painting is probably even more important than getting the actual paint on. It's important to take the right measures to prep your surface well, whether it be cleaning it, scuff sanding, or priming it. All of which I'm doing before I ever get the first coat of paint on this window and trim. I used a really good household cleaner to get any dust and debris off of the window before sanding to make sure that I wasn't just sanding dirt and grime right into the window. Sanding down the window makes sure that any inconsistencies in the finish of the window are smoothed out, and it also helps to ensure that the primer will better adhere to the surface and in turn will give me a more durable finish. And for such a small task, this was a bit labor intensive if I do say so myself. So bad. This is about the time when I started to realize that I might actually have to redo some of this window trim in order for the window to function properly, as it wasn't closing properly at all. Why is it not closing? We've had issues with this window in the past. It's not closing all the way. I don't know why. I don't know what I should do. And of course I distracted myself from the problem by sanding some more. Oh my gosh, I'm done. I'm done. I think it'll be fine now. Okay, I'm gonna vacuum all the dust up now. After getting the window sanded down, I cleaned up all the dust that was left behind with my vacuum, and then realized that now would be a great time to remove any excess paint that was left on the window glass from the paint job that was done prior. I used a simple razor blade and scraped the paint off the glass to get it done. Okay guys, I just finished sanding back the entire window. I cleaned off all of the paint that was on the actual glass too, and everything vacuumed up, wiped it down with some rubbing alcohol to get the window as clean as possible. I'm going to tape off the glass of the windows so that way when I start to prime and paint it doesn't get on the glass. And I need to sand the PVC trim because I didn't do that, I forgot. So I'm gonna do that now. I just used some painter's tape to mask off the window and prevent any primer or paint from getting on the glass.
This is a simple but important step that will allow the results to be as clean as possible.
Okay, now I'm gonna start sanding the corners where the Bondo is.
And as if I didn't get enough sanding in for the day, here I found myself sanding some more. And if only I knew at this point that it was all for nothing.
So I finished sanding everything. Now I'm gonna prime. This is my favorite primer, the BIN primer. It's shellac based. So one thing I love about this is that it says you can apply it in temperatures as low as 0 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's winter here right now. It's in like the 30s right now. And I'm gonna have to like open and close the window as I'm doing this. So it's great that I can still use this primer as the temperature is dropped.
Once I was done getting this window all primed up, I was done for the workday.
First, I'm going to sand off the spackle on the PVC trim, and then I'm going to prime it, and then from there stain the picture frame molding. So that's what we're going to do.
It may seem like I'm just doing a bunch of prep work, and it might feel a little bit redundant, but it just goes to show how crucial it is to prep your projects before jumping to the big steps. I've seen what happens when you just slap a coat of paint on an older door or window just to cover it up, and it's just not a good look.
So I have this Minwax stain here. It's a semi-transparent stain, and this is in the color Early American. So this is what I'm going to use to stain the picture frame molding around the window. I'm a little nervous because I don't know, I'm just nervous. This could go a lot of different ways. So let's see how it goes.
So I don't know if you guys remember, but previously I had said that I planned to paint the window trim to match the cabinet color, and that was something that I had thought through for a while. But on this day, I decided to deviate from the plan and go in a completely different direction. So I stained the trim instead. And, well, let's just say it backfired.
This is like a little bit closer to what it looks like on camera than it really came out. The filler, you can just tell like it stands out so much.
I just wasn't a fan of this result.
I just finished staining the window trim, the picture frame molding, and I really hate it. I don't like it at all. That's kind of my fault because I should have used wood conditioner or like pre-stain, but I felt like it would have been fine. The other thing is that in the seams where I wood filled, it doesn't look good. I'm not satisfied with that. So I'm going to let this dry and then paint over it to match the cabinets. And I think that's gonna make it look a little bit more modern.
No.
What happened here? It broke.
It just, yeah, I was squeezing it. And that was it.
I'm gonna use my fingers and see if I can caulk it then.
The tube of caulking breaking ended up being a happy accident because that meant that I was able to use all the leftover contents in the bottle that weren't dried up, and I didn't have to make another trip to the hardware store and spend even more money on this project. So I was happy to use up what I needed to finish this towel job and throw the broken tube away.
If I'm not mistaken, when you lay tile, you're not supposed to like lay it literally on top of the counter. You're supposed to leave a little bit of space so that you can caulk in between and there's room for that joint to move. And it looks like I tiled directly on top of the counter, so that's super fun. Either that or I got so much grout that I can't tell, but I don't know. I'm gonna caulk it anyways and see what happens. Can't be that bad, right?
I I followed the same steps to caulk the joint between the bottom of the tiles and the countertop, and while this method took some effort to clean, I was glad I was able to get it completed.
This is a hot mess.
It's a hot mess.
What is happening right now?
The baby wipes really helped me to clean up any excess caulk that got into the grout lines and made cleanup a lot more doable. So guys, at this point, somehow the cable that connects my microphone to my camera was slightly disconnected and the audio for the next few clips wasn't captured. But no worries, I'll walk you through what happened next. I picked up a pack of toggle bolts from Harbor Freight for about $4 and used those to install my shelf braces where I would have had a stud to screw into. I secured the brace to the side of the wall where I did actually have studs, and then while it was up, I started drilling a small hole in my 2x3 where I would be securing it using the toggle bolt. This would ensure that the holes I made in the wall were in the right location and weren't off at all. I was a little bit all over the place with this install because I was having a hard time getting the toggle to stay on the bolt while I tried to push it into the wall. And it would either slip off the bolt, get stuck in the hole in the 2x3, or just would not go into the wall at all. The toggle ended up getting stuck into the 2x3 and I had to take several measures to pry it out so that way I was able to use this brace that I made. I had to put the braces up only to take them down quite a few times, and while I was feeling overwhelmed and frustrated, I tried to remain as positive as possible. My design assistant even decided to brainstorm with me, and I decided it was best to call it a night and reattempt this tomorrow with a fresh set of eyes. After the huge ordeal that I had with the pantry shelves, I decided to head to Lowe's with my assistant and purchase a different brand of toggle bolts to see if this would solve my problem.
I think this is the one. 1/4 inch, that looks about right. I'm gonna get this one because I don't need that many. Hi guys, it's a brand new day and I went to Lowe's to get some new toggle bolts. The ones that I got from Harbor Freight just were not doing it. I feel like they weren't really well made. I guess in this instance, cheaping out was not the best option. This pack was like $3 or $4 and it came with like 18 bolts of different sizes, but I ended up going with these toggler ones. It just feels a lot better quality, so I think that this is going to be the better bet for me. Right now I'm going to be taking these shelves down once again. I'm going to be installing my toggle bolts and then I'll reinstall the shelves, and at this point I'm pretty certain that it's going to work, so I'm hoping for the best. I'm just going to stay positive and do what I have to do. There's no way I charged this battery. Oh wait, I should have kept that shelf up and then drilled my holes first before I took it down, so that way I know exactly where my hole is gonna be. Drill a 1/2 inch hole. So I just put this back up. I realized that my best bet is to have the shelf already in place where I want it and then drill my hole. Oh no, we have a problem. I don't see my 1/4 inch drill bit. What in the world? We're missing the one drill bit that I need. Make it make sense. This can't be right. How are we missing the one drill bit that I actually need?
Where did you put it?
I don't know.
Didn't you have it yesterday?
No. At least I don't think so. I'm so annoyed. I'm gonna go look in the garage. Yay. Alright guys, I found the drill bit in the garage. It was in our large toolbox. So now I can get to work. What the heck? Guys, tell me why I was looking for a 1/4 inch drill bit And it clearly says 1/2 inch. So I really just needed a 1/2 inch, which is crazy. I don't know why I'm so nervous because this, look how big that is. Like, I'm pretty sure, yeah, it has to be that big, but it's kind of scary that it literally says drill a 1/2 inch hole. So I'm gonna drill the 1/2 inch hole right here. I'm so nervous. This driver is not working. I think the batteries are going bad. We're gonna see if this one works. Got it. I'm gonna take the shelf down, put the toggle bolt in, and then from there I'll be able to insert the screw through the shelf. This is crazy madness. I've made so many holes in the wall at this point. Thank God they're all gonna be covered up. So we're gonna put it this way.
After all of the setbacks that I've encountered with installing these shelf brackets, it seemed like things were finally starting to look up for me. I really took my time with installing these toggler bolts because I really did not want to have to go back to the hardware store and get any more supplies for this project.
Please, Lord, let it work. The nerves that I have right now. I just want it to work. Oh yeah, it's on there. I'm so excited. Yes!
Yes!
It's on there.
It's on there.
This thing is not going anywhere either. It's on there.
It's on there.
Whew, I feel accomplished.
Take it.
Let me make sure it's still level. Did it move? It's level. I think there was an issue with this screw. It just spins. Oh my gosh. Oh. Okay, so this bolt, it's still in the wall, but I need to put another bolt over here. If I take it out of the wall, it's gonna rip the wall and I don't want that.
Honestly, you should leave it in there.
I'm going to, but I just need to figure out where to do my other.
Just make another hole next to it.
Yeah.
And leave that one.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I have to do what I did last time, which April, duh.
You got enough holes in the
You're saying, do you think I have enough?
I'm saying I think we have enough holes in the wall.
No,
already.
I don't think so. Why not make more? Let's make some more holes in the wall.
How about we make a bigger one? Just pull the whole thing out.
We are gonna make a bigger one actually. It's gonna be 1/2 inch. So yeah, there's that.
After everything I went through with the kitchen this week, I just wanted to be done with installing these shelf braces and move on to some pretty progress.
This better be it, guys. There's no turning back. Why is it shaking? Is that supposed to happen? What? This is no. This can't be happening. Oh, what's going on? I'm gonna have to take my shoes off so I can get on the counter so I can see. Help me. Oh my gosh.
It's like the battery.
Why? That doesn't sound right. It's not working. The battery's gonna die? This is getting me so mad right now. I think I celebrated too early. Guys, I'm gonna take this behind here and cut it. Don't tell me it's broken now. You gotta be kidding me.
One life.
Yeah, but it's full. It's not like blinking.
This is not full. This is dead.
No.
A full battery would be that. That
It has enough though. Let me see.
Okay. Hurry. Determination. How about sit down and wait for the battery to charge?
No.
And then come back to
I want to get done now.
After much resistance, I finally decided to give in and charge the battery. At least long enough for the shears to get the job done.
Got it. I've got it. Sometimes it pays to be stubborn.
It took a little bit of effort, but I was finally able to get that stubborn bolt out of the 2x3 brace and finally move on to installing my last bracket for my open shelving.
Going in. Here we
With
go.
all of the challenges, this was feeling like such a huge win, as I was finally moving past the tasks that you won't even really get to appreciate in the end result and inching my way towards more of the visual progress.
This thing is not going anywhere either. Okay guys, I just finished finally securing the shelf brackets. So now I stained this picture frame molding and I absolutely hate it. I don't like the look of it. It's not the vibe that we're going for. So I'm gonna prime over and then we can paint all of the trim and the windows. One issue that I'm having down here with this cove molding at the bottom, when I open my window and I go to close it, it has trouble going all the way down because the cove molding is pretty weak. It's that PVC material, which is very, very fragile. It's not the best material for this. So what I did was I went to Lowe's and I found the same exact size cove molding, but wood. So I'm gonna take this bottom piece off and replace it with a wood one, and then I'll prime and paint it. I did all this for what?
In order to remove the cove molding, I used my multi-tool to cut away the nails that were securing it to the window frame so that I could take it out without having to pry it out or damaging the other trim surrounding the window. This was a pretty simple process and one that I knew I could handle without anticipating any issues along the way. I know it may not seem like a lot of progress was made in this video, but many of the little steps that I took were to ensure that the big ones would be a success. We are getting so close to finishing up this kitchen and I have learned so much through tackling it head on, facing my fears, getting over the hurdles, and going back and fixing my mistakes. Like I've told you guys several times in my videos, every problem has a solution, and even when I have to go backwards just to fix little mistakes that I've made, I know that it's worth it because I'm learning so much and gaining so much more confidence in DIY.
So now I have some nails that are protruding out still. I'm just gonna cut them down flush with the frame of the window so that I can go ahead and install my new trim.
This was a very similar process to the last step, but I had to admit it was a lot more satisfying. After I cut down the exposed nails, I made sure to scrape away any excess caulking that was left over from the previous install.
Okay guys, I just cut my corner here with my miter shears and I'm like kind of dry fitting it because I'm, you know, a little traumatized from the last experience, but I think it's gonna work.
In order to get this part done, I definitely had to cut this trim with force.
It's in the smile, you see, it helped.
Some of you might remember the issue I was having with cutting the cove molding in one of my previous videos, but this time I decided to just use my miter shears instead of the miter saw because I can manipulate it a bit more to get more precise cuts, and it ended up working out in my favor, even if it did require me to use a little more elbow grease. From here, the rest of the install was smooth sailing.
I am so pleased because this cove molding that was giving me such a headache last time, I was able to replace it and it looks really, really good. I kind of want to replace the other ones that are PVC as well because at the top corners it just doesn't really look good. Now I just need to fill the nail holes. It looks way better. Like the corners look way, way better than they did before. Good morning, guys. It is a brand new day. It's been a few days since I last worked on the kitchen. I replaced the bottom strip of cove molding in the window with some wood instead of PVC cove molding. I'm actually going to replace the rest of the PVC cove molding with all wood. I'm going to just do it the right way. I don't want to have to come back to this kitchen and do anything unless it's the flooring. Let's get to this window. So of course, we got to bring out my little friend over here, my multi-tool. We're actually getting along lately. I like this guy.
Removing the PVC trim was a pretty easy process for me, as I've had a lot of experience removing window trim at this point. I simply cut the nails that were securing the trim pieces in place and removed the cove molding. I even found that with some extra leverage, I didn't even need to cut back all of the nails. I was able to pull the trim right off the window frame. I then cut away the Bondo that I had previously added to the old cove molding where there were larger gaps.
Okay, now I'm going to go in and cut away at all the nails that are still exposed in the window frames.
Once I removed all of the trim, there were exposed nails left behind. All I needed to do was use my multi-tool to cut them flush with the window frame, and we were good to go.
I have measuring tape and a pencil. I'm going to just measure this bottom piece. That way I know what my top piece will be.
Next, I needed to take some measurements for the new cove molding that I was getting ready to install.
I'm going to cut an angle in at the very bottom of this piece first, and then measure for my other angle. Just, I don't know if this makes sense to you guys right now, but it will in a second. So now from this corner, we're gonna measure 91 inches.
I'm normally pretty good at math, but this step somehow tripped me up a little bit.
Did I say 91? I meant 91 centimeters. I'm like, there's no way that was 91 inches. I'm also really confused. It couldn't have been 91 centimeters. What was I measuring? Oh, it's 91, yeah. 3 feet. I got it marked. Now, what I like to do is cut a little bit past the line. Did I buy 2 of these? I'm like, hold on. If I didn't buy 2 of these, I'm screwed. Did I only buy 1? There's no way I only bought 1. I had to have bought 2. Like, okay. We'll worry about that in a second. Okay. Anyway, so I'm gonna cut a little bit past this mark, just so I have some room, some wiggle room to make any adjustments that I need to.
Once I got the measurements all sorted out, I was able to make my cuts with my miter shears.
Helps you to cut it. It's not as easy as when you're cutting PVC trim with this thing, but...
And it might have been a challenge, but I was able to make it work.
All right, so we're gonna dry fit this and then make any adjustments that I need. Let's see how good.
Once my cuts were made, I dry fit all of the cove molding one at a time to determine if I needed to make any adjustments. I found that what worked best for me was to cut everything just a little bit longer than needed, so that when making my final cuts with the miter shears, everything fit like a glove and I wasn't risking cutting anything too short.
I'm not gonna lie, guys, I am nervous because you guys know the ordeal I had with this in the past.
While nailing the cove molding in place usually isn't too tricky, gravity was just not on my side this time around. The trim kept shifting backwards as I was trying to nail it in the frame, and I had to take it down and reinstall it.
Did I do that again? Like, what is happening right now? Okay, I'm gonna have to cut into that again. Wonderful. Oh my gosh, we're off to a great start, guys. We're off to a lovely start.
But once I got it steady, it was smooth sailing from there.
There we go. Okay guys, now I'm gonna measure for one of my side pieces. I do need to figure out if I bought 2 of these. I think I did, but now I'm just like, did I? You know? We're about to find out. Alrighty. 30. It's in the teeth. I'm telling you. Zero's nothing. This is a dry fit. That bottom corner is like literally perfect.
Once I installed the top piece of trim on the window frame, it was time to move on to installing the side pieces. I followed the same steps to get the side pieces installed, and while I wasn't very fond of cutting cove molding, things were starting to look up for me. I figured out a method that seemed to really work for me despite the issues I had with it in the past. And I also got a bit creative when met with imperfections and was really happy with the progress I was making after all that I've been through with this window.
Maybe I can like cut a sliver of this and fit it in there. Guys, I'm really annoyed right now. I did have enough to complete the window. I only needed to buy one more because I pre-cut one for the top the other day and I put it in the corner where the pantry cabinet is. And this whole time I thought, oh no, that's not the trim, like it's not the trim. Well, look at this, guys, look at this. It fits, it's the exact size I needed. But guess what? I need a piece for the side. And the side, it's bigger than the top and bottom. You see that? See that, guys? There was a gap. I have to go back to the store and get more. I love wasting money, don't you? It's gonna be a good day. We're gonna get everything done. Everything's gonna be great and it's gonna come out great and all of that. I'm thinking instead of going back to Lowe's just to get a piece of trim and I have to get a paintbrush, I can probably work on getting the cuts for my open shelving done in the garage so that at least it's like one step closer to that being done. Okay guys, I'm back to the pantry corner and I have this paper bag that I cut into like a big piece of paper and I'm gonna lay it against the shelf brackets and trace exactly where everything would line up so that way I have an accurate reading of what my cut should be. Hopefully this works. I don't know what made me want to do this, but I feel like it's gonna work, so.
I decided to create a template for my open shelves to make cutting the plywood a bit less challenging and hopefully get perfect cuts. To do this, I traced out the exact shape of my shelf brackets onto a piece of a paper bag to account for the wall possibly not being completely straight, as this is to be expected in almost any home. But I did run into a bit of an issue when trying to create this template, as the paper bag was pretty flimsy and harder to work with than I thought.
This might have been better with like a piece of cardboard. Okay, I'm brainstorming here. I guess one thing I could do is just cut the actual measurements of the shelf, but do like maybe a centimeter over it and then make sure that everything is plumb to the wall, trace it from the front underneath the plywood, and then trim out any excess. I think that's what I'll do.
Next, I needed to mark the cuts on my sheet of plywood, but I don't have a fancy workshop at my disposal just yet. And one day I would love to have one, but for now I'm using my messy garage and a plastic folding table that has paint from previous projects all over it.
I probably should be putting my gloves on. Kind of want the side better. This is a clamp and cut edge guide.
I bought this clamp and edge guide from Harbor Freight to help me keep the sheet of plywood steady as I make my cuts, as I don't have a table saw just yet.
I have my jigsaw here. Problem is, I've never used it before. I've used a circular saw and that's really what I want to use because it's a lot easier in my opinion. I just, I know how to use it. I'm comfortable, familiar. But this jigsaw also gives me mitered cuts, like I can miter it. And so if I can do like 45-degree angles on it, it would be perfect because then I can miter these in case I end up not liking the fluted.
When DIYing on a budget, you start to get really great at improvising, and that's just what I was doing when I decided to use a piece of flat trim that I had laying around as a straight edge for drawing out all the lines on my plywood sheet.
I'm gonna go look up a video on how to use this jigsaw.
This happened to be a great time to head to the hardware store to buy that paintbrush and the last piece of cove molding that I needed. I always feel so awkward when filming in public, especially when the aisles aren't completely empty and I get caught filming. But I got what I needed and headed straight home.
Okay guys, I went to Lowe's, got the last piece of cove molding, cut it, and I installed it. So I'm gonna use some plastic wood to fill those gaps.
Filling in these inside corners of the cove molding was a lot easier this time around, as I finally had the right material installed and the corners were a lot neater and had much smaller gaps than they did when I had originally installed the PVC trim. This window was finally coming together and I was so looking forward to seeing the end result.
Guys, I am in the garage. I have my setup here. I'm gonna try to use the circular saw first, and then if it doesn't go well, I'll use a jigsaw. But I found the jigsaw blades, so now I'm kind of like, maybe I should use the jigsaw. We're gonna see. And then there we go. Guys, I'm so nervous. Oh my gosh.
I decided to face my fears and try my hand at using the jigsaw. After all, how hard could it really be? After spending a little time on YouTube University, I was armored with enough confidence to go for it.
I need to cut along this line so that I have like a top piece for one of my shelves. Then these are like the outer strips. So I'm going to use the tape because I feel like that really helped to give it a really clean cut.
So I began with my biggest cut first, and it took some time because the trick with using a jigsaw is going slow and steady to get as straight of a cut as possible.
Because I know it'll be square.
I made sure to measure, remeasure, and triple check all of my measurements so I was able to get as good of a cut as I possibly could. And as you can see here, it was really important for me to use clamps so that the plywood sheet wasn't moving all over the place as I was making my cuts.
Guys, let's see if it fits. Kind of nervous, but I think it fits. Kind of. I have to notch out that trim a little more though. This side is perfect though, I think. We're getting somewhere. So far, it's looking like a shelf. Okay, so I do need to cut back a little bit here. This is a very rough cut. This is like practice for me right now because I don't know if you guys can tell, but that's uneven. So I'm just gonna use it to look and see, like, you know, how bad it is. Okay, so like it's so strange because like I measured 3-inch shelves because this is supposed to be like quarter inch, 2.5 inch, like those supports. But 3 inches seems to be too big because this is like closer to 1/2 inch. I don't know. But anyways, I'm picturing like this is my shelf here, and I have my little pieces like that going along the front. I'm actually starting to think I don't want to do this. It's too busy. I'm not sure, but I think it might be too busy because I have the tile. I don't know, guys. I'm not feeling it. I think my idea of the fluted trim is just gonna go out the window, and also I couldn't really get that straight of a cut on the jigsaw, so I don't know if I need to just go slower, not rush it. I'm feeling overwhelmed right now. I think I'm just hungry, but at least, you know, you guys can see me do a little something. I really thought like the shelves would be done in this video. I thought though, well, I still have a chance to finish the window. I'm very frustrated because I really wanted this to be done. I made a little template here with the half rounds that I already cut just to kind of get an idea of what it's gonna look like. Okay, just ignore that one that just fell. And I don't love it. I feel like there are too many lines going on. Oh, but if I had like a less busy backsplash, I think it would look really good. This, however, is not gonna go well with the tile. So we're gonna do without the fluted trim idea. I thought it was super cool. I was like, this is gonna be iconic, but I got humbled real quick. We're back to the window again. I'm clearly not getting these shelves done in time for this video, but life. Like, this is literally my real life. I'm going to sand down the corners where I filled the cove molding, prime and paint, and hopefully at least I could get the trim done. You probably have been wondering, what am I doing with the molding around the doorways of this kitchen? You've probably noticed that I've like gotten paint on the wooden trim and have probably been like, is she gonna paint them? Is she gonna replace them? What is she doing? I am actually gonna be painting the wooden trim, which means I need to prime it. Sand it, prime it, paint it, yay. I'm just gonna start sanding. It may have looked a little crazy before, but once I sanded down all of the wood filler in the corners of the cove molding, it was really starting to come together, and I was actually really excited to see what it would look like once everything was painted. This process was really easy, but took a little bit of muscle, and once I was done, I wiped everything down with a damp paper towel to make sure it was nice and clean. I feel like I'd make a bigger mess cutting into this, so I'm just gonna throw this bag out. So I'm gonna prime first and then caulk. As I started getting the primer on the window trim, my design assistant wanted to take the time to share just how much she supports my efforts here on YouTube. It was such a sweet moment.
This is April video.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it said April video.
Are you my #1 supporter?
Yeah, I'll put the name is April video.
It's April Makes Home.
Oh.
That's my YouTube channel.
April Makes Home. I love you.
Oh.
I'm starting to think it might have been a cover-up though, because I later found out that she was texting on the job shortly after. Either way, I'm grateful to have her as part of our team. With just the primer on all of the trim around the window, it was already looking so much better than it did before. It was time to move on to the doorway trim, and I started off by scuff standing everything and wiping it down in preparation for primer and paint. Once everything was prepped and ready to go, I got my first coat of primer on the trim so that my paint would better adhere to the doorway and be much longer lasting. With just one coat of primer, the doorways were looking all shiny and new and definitely breathed new life into this kitchen. It's crazy what just a small change can make to a space. I definitely made the right call painting the rest of the trim because the kitchen no longer looks as small and closed off as it did before. I still have this piece of baseboard to prime, so I'm gonna prime this now. Once I finished priming the doorways, I moved on to priming the old wooden baseboards that were pre-existing instead of replacing them. This was a great way to save some extra money. Good morning, guys. I have my paint clothes on. We are tackling paint today. I'm gonna caulk the new cove molding that I installed so that I can start painting that. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. I was feeling very positive this day as it was paint day, and I knew that once I got the window completed, it would all be worth the frustration and setbacks that I encountered to get to the finish line. But before I could celebrate, I needed to caulk all of the seams between the two different trims that I installed around the window so that there would be no visible seam once it was all painted. And to some, this step may not seem necessary, but I just love a good seamless, finished, and polished look. I just finished caulking the cove molding seams. I did notice that in the top corners of the doorway where the top and side trim meets, there's like a visible seam. And so I want to caulk in those seams just so when I paint, it's not visible. Once I was done caulking the window trim, I needed to do even more on the doorways in order to prep for paint. Originally, I wanted to stain the doorway trim, so when you walk in from the front entryway, it almost feels like the doorway is a picture frame framing the kitchen, and when you walk in, it opens up to the kitchen. But the more I sat with it and thought about the future of our home collectively, it just wasn't a good fit. I really wanted the space to feel more up to date and open and airy, and I feel like the darker trim just wasn't doing that for us.
Okay, I finished. It looks a lot better. I definitely have to caulk the baseboards too because you can see the little seams. So I'm gonna do that now. And then once I finish caulking the baseboards, I can move on to painting the window. Before I show you guys the baseboards, I just want you to know that I'm fully aware of the state of our kitchen floors. And we want to do them eventually, but it's not going to be a part of this kitchen makeover because we're thinking of just replacing all of the floors on our main floor so that they all match. And so we haven't budgeted for that yet, so that'll be in the future. I feel like I say this with a lot of the steps that I complete during my projects, but it's just crazy to me how much impact such a small task can have on the final outcome of a project. As you guys can see, this step really made all the difference in how finished the doorways and baseboards ended up looking. And that's why I believe that it's really important to take your time and pay attention to detail when it comes to DIY projects. Now I'm going to fill the scratches that are on like the inside of the trim here, so that way when I paint, everything is seamless. When I talk about the importance of prep, I know because I've done this when it comes to like finishing older furniture and making it new again and making it look really pretty and nice. So I'm gonna like fill in the gouges and scratches, and then that way when the paint goes on, everything looks chef's kiss.
In order to repair the damage on the doorway trim, I needed to fill in the scratches on the surface. So I used wood filler to get the job done, but I later turned to some spackling as I felt like the wood filler just wasn't the right choice.
Oh my gosh. Why? I know it unlocked the window. Oh. That's so awkward. I want everything to look as new as possible, like the things that I do end up redoing. So something like chipped away at this part and it just doesn't look great. So I kind of want to Bondo it to make it smooth, like this side, you know, before I paint.
Because this was an older window, there were some imperfections that I was starting to notice after the primer was applied, and knowing that we weren't going to be replacing this window anytime soon, I really wanted it to look as new as possible. So I decided to fill in those imperfections with some Bondo, and this was a pretty simple process for me.
Okay guys, the Bondo is dried on the window. I just had a quick little lunch break, so I feel refreshed. I'm going to start sanding the Bondo down.
Once the Bondo was applied to the window, I let it dry for a little and sanded it smooth the best that I could. I tried using a sanding sponge at first, but needed to bring out the orbital sander for this job. And I ended up getting interrupted very unexpectedly.
So here I sanded this back. What? Oh, it's like ice. What in the world?
Look, you get that. Oh my gosh.
But what about the cars? This is horrible.
Right here. No, that's not okay.
Oh my
we don't have
gosh.
insurance to cover that.
What in the world? What do you mean we don't have insurance? This is, I've never seen anything like this.
We don't have hail insurance.
Yes, we do. I've never seen anything like this. Like, what in the world? Look at that. The bug is even like, help. Look, he's like, help. It's like raining ice.
Raining ice? It's hail.
I know, but like, you know, this is crazy. I kind of want to go outside and feel it.
You want to feel hail on your head?
No, in my hand. Wait, it just stopped? What the heck?
That's actually a sign of a tornado.
Oh, wow.
That's the first sign.
I have my multi-tool here with a little sanding attachment, but I purchased it used off of Mercari, and yeah, it's like, it needs to be glued down, and I need to probably find a new attachment. I need to sand it going this way anyway, so I'm gonna see if it'll work if I just hold it like this. working though. Okay, there are like pieces literally falling off of this thing.
After all of the prep work, I was finally able to get some actual paint on the window, and it was such a relieving feeling. I made sure to move the window up and down as I painted to avoid creating more issues down the road and painting the window shut. I just finished painting the first coat of white paint on the window. Once I finished painting the window, I moved on to the doorway trim, and I painted all of the trim the same color, which is Simply White by Benjamin Moore. This is the color that I have on all of the kitchen walls, and it's a beautiful creamy white that doesn't pull too warm or too cool. As I was completing my paint job, my design assistant decided to offer her help, and she proved to be way more efficient than I was.
Yeah, but sure.
Okay, I'm gonna hit.
You know how to paint? No way. Seriously?
Yeah, I did this before.
Oh.
Once the first coat of paint dried on the window and all of the trim, I finished up the last 2 coats of paint and called it done. I was so happy to be coming up on the end of this part of the kitchen makeover. But there was one more thing I needed to paint before I can rinse my paintbrushes and put my paint buckets away.
Okay guys, I just finished all the coats of paint. I ended up doing 3 coats of paint on the doorways, and then the window I did 2 coats of paint. I'm gonna move to finishing the window trim so we can just be done with it. I want to be done with the window trim, guys. I do. Like, honestly, I can happy heart away with this.
You might be wondering why I painted the window separate from the window trim, and that's because, well, give me a second.
Ow! Ow! Oh my gosh, what was I thinking? Okay. Okay. I might need your help. Can you open this window all the way for me, please? I'm gonna see you.
Oh, nice. Could have warned me.
Oh, I was gonna warn you and then I forgot. Sorry, I was just staring at you. All the way, as much as it'll go. That's good.
I painted the window separate from the window trim because I decided to match the window trim to my cabinet color. So while I painted the window itself Simply White by Benjamin Moore, I painted the trim surrounding it Natural Cream by Sharon Williams, and it created a subtle yet beautiful contrast.
So guys, I turned the breaker off. There's no overhead light in the kitchen because I wanted to install the light fixture above the kitchen windows.
After all the painting was completed, I had just enough time to install this new light fixture over the kitchen sink. And since I've installed my fair share of light fixtures over some time and felt pretty confident installing this one, this was a pretty simple step for me. Well, sort of.
Okay, come here.
I'm asking for a raise.
You don't get a raise.
You're not allowed to. Else.
You're not allowed to quit. You're under contract. I can fire you though, but I'm not going
Go
to.
find my lawyer.
I am your lawyer. Okay, here's the true test, guys. And we have light. It's so yellow, but at night is like the only time I plan on using it, and I actually kind of like it. Like once it's dark and like all the lights are off, it'll be kind of a mood in here. Like, vibe. Like, look at that. There's a whole other piece of this light that needs to be installed. You don't like the yellow, huh?
I'm not a fan of the yellow.
I think at night it's gonna look cute. Like when all the lights are off, light off. While I wasn't sure if I made the right decision when ordering this light almost an entire year ago, I was so happy once it was up. After all of the hard work that we've put into getting this kitchen to where it is now, I can't help but to be so grateful and proud of how far we've come and how much I have learned along the way. While this kitchen makeover has been a labor of love, it's in these moments that I realize just how much progress we've made. Oh, what do you think about the light fixture?
Why you put me in the spot? The fixture looks good actually though.
You like it, right?
You did a good job, yeah.
Thanks, boo. You're just not sure about the color of the light, the actual light bulb. Yeah. Okay. I'm vibing with it. We're done for the day though. Bye guys. Good night. Good morning guys. It is the next day. I don't have a lot of time today to work in the kitchen. Tuesdays are normally my very busy days. I'm going to show you guys the light fixture in the daylight so you can see what it looks like now. It's really, I really like it. So here it is. It's more of an industrial style light fixture. It brings a little bit more masculinity to the space. Our kitchen is very much feminine with like the knobs and the handles, like the pulls, and even the tile backsplash. So I wanted something a little bit more masculine to balance that out so that it feels very balanced in here. And I think I did a good job picking this one out. I was nervous before I installed it that it was gonna look a little off, but I think it really ties everything together. Good morning guys.
Good morning.
I finished painting all of the trim in the kitchen, the window. I installed the light fixture over the kitchen sink. I still need to remove the old kick plates and install new ones. And I still need to finish open shelving. I'm kind of avoiding it because I'm a little, like, I'm nervous, guys. I just want it to look so good that I'm a little traumatized from the experience with the braces. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna wait until I build up enough courage. But today I'm going to be taking off this first layer of tile on the wall above the stove because we had a change of plans. Originally we were going to go for a slimline microwave up here. It's just too expensive, guys. Like, honestly, no. And we're just going to go ahead and replace the old vent hood with a new vent hood, a stainless steel one. I'm nervous because I really don't want to mess the wall up, but I have to do it. It's a little messy back there, so I'm gonna sweep the floor really quick before I get started. Bits of the tile. I'm so scared. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I just don't want to get a hole in the wall. This process ended up being a total fail for me as this tile was not coming down without a fight and my multi-tool was not on my side this day. Oh. Well, that's not safe, right? This thing is... At least I know I did a great job installing this tile. It does not want to come out. I don't know what to do. I might pivot on this one for a little bit. So when we bought this pantry cabinet, it was missing the shelves. So we actually got like an additional discount on it. So because we didn't have shelves, I had to buy the shelf pins, install those, and I used like, I think this is 3/4 inch plywood that I got from our Habitat Restore. They always have like plywood pieces, like project pieces they call them, so they're cut a lot smaller than like a huge like 4x8 foot or whatever. So we got some from there and cut them down. Since it's plywood, the edges are unfinished. So what I'm gonna do is take everything out of here, edge band the shelves, and then I can put everything back. What? So heavy. Guys, perks of my husband being in the military. Well, he's not anymore, but he was. I got a bunch of MREs, which is so cool. Maybe we'll go camping one day and use them.
My design assistant jumped right in to help me get this pantry cabinet emptied out, and this step was pretty straightforward and so simple that even a toddler could do it, of course. And no, there aren't any ghosts in my home. My toddler just decided that she would spook you guys by moving the door of the pantry cabinet. Once I got it all cleared up, I was able to remove the existing shelves so that I can get ready to get them edge banded.
Okay, so I'm just going to read everything. Set it to cotton. I should open this, huh? Let's figure out how to use it. Should be fairly easy too. Just across it. I think it's supposed to go like this. How do I know what I'm doing? Okay, I have to look at this because I'm like so confused right now. Okay, so this piece is gonna go like that, right? No, technically it's gonna go like this. No. Like this. No. It has to be this. Right? I think I need to cut this back a little bit. That will help me. Am I doing something wrong here? Clearly I'm not using it right. Got it. I was holding it the wrong way this whole time. Okay, so I've seen where you can take a screwdriver and you just go like this to kind of like soften the sides down.
Once I got the hang of it, I was able to get all of my shelves edge banded and trimmed, and this made all the difference in the final look of the shelves. Even though the shelves weren't always going to be on display, it really makes a difference in everything feeling very put together and finished.
So where are we going?
Well, first we're headed to the gas station because, as you can see, we're on E.
This feels very familiar.
It does. In what way does this feel familiar?
We did this
We
in
had to stop
video
at the gas
2.
station and then we went on our way. Yeah,
This is good. This is good.
But yeah, we're headed to the pawn shop. I guess you can say I'm excited because I've never actually been to a pawn shop before, but I'm looking forward to seeing what all they have. Is that a dead animal? I thought it was a dead dog. I was gonna cry. I feel like I have squirrel brain right now. But we're headed to the pawn shop to get a table saw. I've been looking at a few on Facebook Market, but people are like not responding, and I need the table saw like now so I can actually finish the projects this week. I guess this is another shopping tip for you guys. I always say Facebook Marketplace, that's like my go-to, but I guess like pawn shops are also great too, and I actually found this table saw at the pawn shop through Facebook Market because they actually posted on Facebook Market. It looks like it's brand new and we're getting it at a great price, so I'm excited about that.
Are you gonna negotiate?
I'm always gonna negotiate, guys. You're up.
This is the treatment I get, guys.
Husband duties.
Per gallon on your first 5 fill-ups.
Posture.
Once we were all fueled up, we got on the road and headed to our destination.
What would you say is your favorite part about this whole kitchen makeover so far?
I think my favorite thing has been like overcoming my fears, just learning a lot. I feel like that's allowed me to grow a lot more. As far as projects go, I would have to say my favorite project was definitely doing the tile backsplash. If I could do it differently, I might have picked a different backsplash, to be honest, but I think because this isn't our forever home, I was kind of like more open to doing something a little different than I really wanted, but it's still really nice. Like, I will say that I do love the backsplash, but it wouldn't have been like my first choice. Another thing I would have changed was definitely the countertops.
I like that countertop.
I like them, I don't love them. I think going into it, I was always going in with the mindset of, like I said, this is not our forever home and we want it to be really nice, but it's not gonna hit all my like must-haves. But I definitely think it's like 100 times better.
I agree, but for sure it is 100%, in my opinion as well, 100% better than what we started off with. I'm satisfied, I love it. You're doing a great job.
Thanks. Me too, I love it too. Got this goods.
That hurt.
Okay guys, so we were able to go to the pawn shop, pick up the table saw that I really need to finish up this kitchen, and I also was able to go to Lowe's and get the kick plates. Now what I'm gonna do is mark all of my cuts for my kick plates. I got 2 8-foot boards. I think it'll be more than enough based on my calculations. So I got a 1x6, which is typically 5.5 inches, but I need it cut to 4 inches, and then the other cabinets need to be cut down to 3. So I'm gonna mark my cuts. So I'm gonna measure. I'm gonna mark my. Before I could get to using my power tools, I needed to mark my cuts for all of my kick plates around the kitchen, so that way I had all of my measurements ready to go. Good morning guys. Today we're working on the kick plates. I'm gonna see what I can get done today, but I want to remove the old kick plates, install the new kick plates. Let's see what all we can accomplish today. First, what I'm gonna be doing is making all of my cuts with my miter saw. I'm just going to cut them down to the lengths that I need, and then from there I'll rip it down with the table saw. Why was my natural reaction to try to catch that piece of wood with my foot? I'm getting somewhere. Okay guys, so I have the table saw that we bought. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna bring the table outside. I'm gonna bring the table saw and an extension cord outside so I can rip down some of these cuts. It's a beautiful day outside. Got it. And that was my first time ever using a table saw. Kind of invigorating, guys. But anyways, cut one down. Let's move on. Once I got my table saw set up outside, I was able to rip down these pine boards to fit underneath all of my cabinets to create kick plates. Hey! Run over here, run! Run! Grab the wood! I definitely forgot, like when you have a long piece of board like that, you're supposed to have, there's like a stand thing that catches it, so that way like you can just keep pushing it. The ladder? Yeah, I think I've seen that trick before. I completely forgot. I was like, ooh, this feels really awkward.
And that, my friends, is why I put the ladder there. Kick plates are all cut down. I'm gonna try to dry fit them, and what I need to do is actually remove the old ones. So I have this board that I cut down to 4 inches. Let's see if I measured correctly. Oh yeah, it looks like I did. Maybe a little too correctly. I might have to rip it down just a little bit more. Okay, I have a rubber mallet here. I'm gonna see if I can use that to like knock it in. I think I really might need to trim it. I don't want to chip it. Okay. I'm gonna test all the other ones too to see what else I need to trim down. Oh wait, this one fits. I can use. Oh wait, so this one fits. Honestly though, would it be bad if I just put the new one in front of the old one, because I feel like it would help bump it out more, and I do like the look of it being like fuller, if that makes sense. Like I like it not being so far back, so maybe I'll do that. Let's see. Okay guys, I'm going through a few different ideas. There is like the standard way to install kick plates, which is like you push it back up against the underside of the cabinet, and then there's like a gap. I feel like it looks finished, but it doesn't look custom. It doesn't look special. It's just very plain, and I want a little more like custom feeling in this kitchen. So I like the idea of having this flush. I feel like it makes the cabinet feel taller. It makes it feel a little more luxe. And I'm also thinking of possibly using cove molding to finish off that seam. So since I decided to deviate from the standard style of kick plate, I headed to the garage and got to making some cuts to some leftover 2x3s that I had to create some spacers. Okay, so I have these pieces of 2x3s to kind of like use as spacers. Doing it this way would be better. Then, so that's kind of like the look I want. Did not go through. Nope. I think these nails are gonna be big enough. They're gonna be big enough. So, come on. Are you serious? That's not good. I don't know why, but you see that, guys? Let's try it again. What I assumed would be smooth sailing started off on rocky ground. For some strange reason, the nails were shooting out incorrectly from the nail gun. But once I realized that the nails that were previously loaded were too small, I switched them out for 2.5-inch nails that were able to go through my 2x3 spacers and secure them to the old kick plates. At this point, everything was going pretty smoothly, and I was able to make a lot of progress with my kick plate installation. We have a previous piece of quarter round that was installed on the side of the cabinet. I'm gonna take this quarter round off, and I might have to just finish off the side with like another piece of like trimmers of some sort to match what's on the front. Got it. Okay, got it out. Maybe I can just install one here at this corner. Good morning, guys. It's another day, and I was working on the kick plate for the bottom of the cabinets, and I ran into an issue. There's a floor vent in front of our sink, and it runs perpendicular to the sink, but there's another like cabinet in front of that. And if I were to install the baseboards exactly how I had started, with the pine board being like a little bit in front of the cabinet, it runs right into the floor vent. In order for all of the trim or all of the kick plates to look the same, I need to bring it like bump it out, and that floor vent is getting in the way. So I was like looking up different options of like getting like a flush mount floor vent cover. But what I was gonna do was take the actual cover out and then just put that like seal over it to see if that was like a lot thinner. But I just think it's so close to the kick plate that it might not work, honestly. So I'm just really trying to think of other options. I'm not really sure what to do. I'm just running into a lot of problems right now, and it's very frustrating, but I am determined to make it work. So we're just gonna have to sort that out and figure out how we can get this to work, because this is what I want and I'm gonna make it happen. I'm thinking I can kind of like cut into this board a little bit to make it fit.
I ended up deciding that I would notch out a portion of the kick plate that would allow it to fit snug against the floor vent cover, and made my marks for that cut.
Okay, I'm here in the garage and I'm gonna make some beveled cuts. Beveled cuts. Miter, bevel. Yeah, I had to make some beveled cuts to my kick plates. I'm gonna stand up the wood this way and then angle it to get that beveled edge that I need. Cut out a 45, it'll meet like this. Whew. Okay, got my cuts here. Some of it I'm gonna have to like rip down, but I just wanted to make sure everything kind of fit like lengthwise.
This may seem like I'm working a little out of order, so bear with me, but I found that getting all of my easier kick plates installed first was a lot easier on my brain and much more manageable. At this point, I was able to work on the more complicated cuts and take things a bit slower so that I could avoid any crazy mistakes. I started to get all of my cuts for the pantry cabinet marked and then headed back outside to get everything cut and ripped down. Alright, I am gonna have to put a trim piece right here so that when I install my kick plate here, it's flush against the cabinet and it matches the other corner here where I already installed that same trim. And then I also need to use another, oh my gosh, okay. I'm like a hot mess right now. I also need to install another piece like going this way because there's like a gap between the kick plate and the actual cabinet due to that trim being installed. So I'm gonna just install the same exact size trim so that everything is flush and it's easier for me to caulk back here without having to do multiple layers of caulk or wasting a bunch of caulk. And then I also need to trim back the baseboard itself so that this kick plate goes flush against the wall. Here we go again with the sliding. Why? It's smoking. This is like so annoying. And stop being so like hard-headed right now. Oh. That's what I'm about to do. Oh, goodness gracious. Ugh. Okay. That's good. After wrestling with this baseboard piece and my multi-tool, I decided to just remove the baseboard, cut it down on my miter saw to accommodate the kick plate, and then reinstall it on the wall. Once I did that, everything else was a lot easier to complete, and I did run into a tiny issue, but I was able to sort it out pretty quickly.
I think I'm gonna cry. It's not even. How do I take that out? Like that. That's how we do it. Woo! Okay.
Well, it took 2 or 3 tries, of course.
Alright. For some reason, this side is still higher.
And of course, my design assistant was by my side to provide some moral support.
Okay. I could cry because this is the piece I need. Okay. You know what? It's all good.
Once I got past all of the shenanigans, I was able to finish installing the kick plates on this side of the pantry corner and move on to the front of the cabinet.
That looks like a pro did it.
As I was getting to finish the install for the kick plates on this pantry corner, I had to play around a bit with the different size spacers to find the best fit that would allow my mitered or beveled corners to match up perfectly. I also ended up having to remove the baseboards on this wall as well and cutting it down. And this hurt my heart a little because, as you guys may have seen in the last video, I just primed and painted these baseboards and got them looking all nice and new, but it had to be done at this point and there was no turning back. So I cut away at the baseboards, pulled them off the wall, and I got them cut on my miter saw off camera so that I was able to reinstall them and create some space for the kick plates that I needed to install. I ended up cutting my kick plate for the front of this pantry corner just a little too short, so I ended up installing a smaller piece and then adding my kick plate right in front of that, and you'll see what I'll do later on to fix up that seam.
Good morning, guys. It is the next day. To finish off the kick plates on the cabinet by that staircase going down into the den, I need to install some more of this like lattice trim. I need to cut all that down now.
To finish all of the trim work and the kick plates on this corner, I repeated a lot of the same steps from the pantry corner. And I have to say, the nail gun is quickly becoming my most favorite power tool in my arsenal. It's definitely been a workhorse for me.
Okay, let's get back to work. So I need to remove this trim piece here at the bottom because when I installed it the first time, I wasn't thinking that maybe I should wrap it around the side. So I'm going to install these pieces. I got my beveled or mitered edges here. So I need to remove this first and then I can go ahead and install that. I really don't want to damage the cabinet.
So I thought would only take me a few hours took a few days, and this may seem like a long process, but that's what comes with being a beginner DIYer. Add on being a wife and a mom to a young child and you've got a recipe for projects that take a little longer than average to complete. I'm not complaining though because I genuinely enjoy DIY, and as a lifelong learner, I get to add to my skill set every day.
Sheesh, got it. That's perfect, I think. Okay guys, so my jigsaw is a used one. It's pretty old. I don't know if it's the battery itself or the charger, but I've had it charging overnight and it's still not working. And you guys saw me use it in the last video, so I'm not really sure why like the battery's just not working anymore. But I went to my neighbor and borrowed a jigsaw and we're gonna test it out and see if we can get this cut. I need another. Oh, heck no. I don't need it that fast. Like, if anything, I want it on like 1.
So I moved back into the garage to clamp this pine board to my worktop, and it gave me a much more stable surface to work on.
That's not good. Oh my gosh. Why? Like, literally why? Why is this happening? That's not okay. I don't know why this is happening. Oh, maybe I need to like increase the speed a little bit.
I put my thinking cap on, was able to figure out a solution, and got this thing notched out and sanded it smooth so that I was ready for install.
Yay! It fits, guys. I'm very happy with that. I'm just so proud of myself that I like got over this hurdle and I didn't let it set me back or change my plans for what I really wanted for this kitchen. I keep doing that. No battery, guys.
After everything that I went through trying to get the kick plates installed, I was finally down to the last section, which was the area by the kitchen sink. I thought I was finally over the hurdle of the floor vent, and all I would need to do at this point was nail these last pieces in and get to caulking and painting, but I was sadly mistaken. At this point, I was specializing in making things look really nice, only to have to take them apart and redo it all over again.
it's the right size and everything, guys, but I need to cut this back in order to get it flush to this trim here. Good morning, guys. It is the next day. I finally finished installing all the kick plates except for one piece. I need to go and get a new blade for my multi-tool so I can trim back one of the like filler pieces on the cabinet that's preventing my cove molding from being flush with the rest of the trim. Right now what I'm going to be doing is filling and caulking all of the seams, and then I'm going to prime.
I was finally at the point where I could caulk all of the trim work and the kick plates and get everything looking a lot more finished and polished, and this may be a tedious task, but trust me, this step is 100% necessary and definitely worth it. It truly makes all the difference in the finished look, and it helps to make everything look perfect. There's definitely an art to this, and it can actually be pretty therapeutic at times.
Oh gosh. I could cry! Like, what in the world? I don't know what else to do at this point. Oh wait, what the? You just came and now it started to work. You're my lucky charm. It actually cut like really easily this time. I don't know why it was taking so long before. Okay, plan B. I'm just gonna score along the caulk lines and then pull it out, and then I'll cut it on my miter saw, reinstall it, recalc.
In order to finally finish the kick plate installation by this kitchen sink, I needed to recruit hubby for a little bit of help.
Hubby to the rescue. Danger, danger. Oh, I'm getting somewhere. Oh my gosh, careful.
Like butter.
Is that easy, huh?
We're gonna rename this channel.
Oh yeah?
Yes.
To what? K,
Alright.
K makes home?
K makes home. Yep, that's the new name.
Once hubby got the filler piece removed, I scraped away the previous caulk from the surface of the cabinet, cut down the filler piece on my miter saw, and reattached it between the cabinets using some liquid nails and brad nails where I could. Are you sensing a trend in this video yet? I just want to say thank you for those of you who are still watching this video at this point. I know sometimes these tasks can seem long and drawn out, but this is the reality of my workflow. Once I got this piece reinstalled, I finished caulking it and moved on to wood filling all of the nail holes in the kick plates and trim work.
I got all of the nail holes filled, all of the seams are caulked, except I still have this seam right here. And I need to go ahead and use Bondo to fill it. It'll dry really, really hard, and then I can sand it down and make everything look really smooth. So that's what I'm gonna do.
This step was pretty straightforward. I just mixed up my Bondo, applied it, and allowed it to dry and harden so that I can move on to sanding and priming.
Good morning, guys. It's another day. We finished installing all of the kick plates around the kitchen. So now I'm gonna prime and paint all of the kick plates in the kitchen.
Before I could prime and paint all of the kick plates, I sanded everything smooth using a 320 grit sanding sponge to help create a more flawless finish in preparation for primer and paint.
I just finished hand sanding all of the kick plates with my sanding block. What I'm gonna do now is use my orbital sander to sand away this part here where I bondoed the two seams.
The orbital sander made sanding the Bondo down super easy. And in order to minimize dust while sanding with my orbital sander, I followed it with my vacuum as I sanded so that there would be minimal dust settling in the kitchen. This was pretty effective and left hardly any dust behind and made cleanup a breeze.
So I just finished sanding the area where I bondoed over 2 pieces of trim that met together. I just finished sanding it down. It feels really smooth. It looks very seamless. You can't even tell that it's 2 different pieces. It looks like one piece. So I'm really pleased with that. Now I'm gonna go in with a little chip brush and some shellac-based primer, and I'm just gonna prime over the pieces of trim that weren't pre-primed. I'm also gonna prime over the bondo area just so it's not flashing through the paint or anything. I was super excited at this point of the project because everything was finally coming together and my hard work installing these kick plates was finally paying off. With just the primer alone, it was all starting to look so nice, and I just couldn't wait to see all of the kick plates and trim work painted and finally finished. The primer has finished drying on all the kick plates. So now what I'm gonna do is start painting them. It was finally time to get my paint on the kick plates, and it was looking so good. I was just so proud of the work that I put into this kitchen. And when I think about where we started, when we first bought this house and moved in, I just feel like we've come so far. Like, this kitchen was so dark and gloomy and unwelcoming, and now it's so bright and airy and it feels like a breath of fresh air, and I just actually love being in this kitchen, and I think it just makes such a difference in the feeling of our home. I had to wait 4 hours in between my first and second coat of paint, but once the 4 hours have passed, I got to painting my second coat, and finally all of the kick plates were done, and it just looks so beautiful. It makes the cabinets just look so finished and custom, and it's just the look that I was going for. I am just truly so proud of everything that I've learned so far during my DIY journey, and I am very much looking forward to everything that's in store in the near future. Good morning, guys. It is another day, and today's an exciting day because we are getting a new stove, finally. While we don't absolutely need a new stove, I just think it'd be really nice to have all of the appliances stainless steel. I think it really adds to the kitchen, and we can't afford like top of the line appliances, but I definitely at least want everything to be stainless steel, and that's why we're going the secondhand route. This stove works perfectly fine. It's fully functioning. So I am going to be selling this on Facebook just to get a little bit of money that I can kind of put back towards the new one, so it's not that much of a hit for us. We have gotten all of our appliances secondhand except for our washing machine, and I can tell you that it's been great, like saving the money and still getting that look. Honestly, it works out so well. Like our dishwasher, we got a stainless steel one. It's stainless steel inside and out, which is what I really wanted. Got it for $50 off Facebook Marketplace. Crazy. So you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not really losing much by buying them secondhand. So I'm really excited about this. The beauty about Facebook Marketplace is that a lot of times you end up getting to support smaller businesses, and that's what I love about buying secondhand on Facebook Market. These guys, they sell appliances, and so we were able to get such a great deal on this newer LG stove. Everything worked. They were so friendly, so kind, and they even stayed back to make sure that we got everything set up, that everything was fully functioning. And we've been using this stove for a few weeks now and have had zero problems with it whatsoever. It's been really good to us, so I'm just really pleased with this whole transaction. Guys, we got the new stove. Here it is. It's so pretty. I love it. This is not like top of the line or anything, but it definitely beats what we had before, so I'm really excited about it. It's really cool. I love the blue interior. I'm gonna show you. When you open it, it's like blue inside. So cool. The addition of this new stove really pulls everything together so well in this kitchen and makes everything feel so cohesive and just up to date, and we're really loving it. Hello guys, good morning. It is a new work week here in the kitchen, And today I am going to be trying to get this tile off of the wall. Just the first row. Here is attempt number 2. Let's see how it goes. I have no clue. I'm a little nervous because I don't want to make a bigger mess than necessary. And I really just want to get it off like cleanly, like clean off the wall. I want to get it clean off the wall. Is that? I don't know. Anyways, hopefully we're able to get it tiled today. I want to get it tiled all the way up here, which is where the vent hood is gonna stop. Anyways, guys, let's get started. I just need to move the stove out the way. This is gonna be different because I've never moved this stove, and I'm sure it's a lot heavier. Oh, I might not be moving the stove out the way, actually. I'm not moving the stove out the way, there's no way.
Since I wasn't able to successfully remove the stove, I covered it with some plastic bags and pieces of cardboard to protect it from the tile that I was going to be removing from the wall.
I think we're safe now. I already have this bit on. It's called a rigid scraper, and it's supposed to scrape away at the mortar. So let's see if it works. It looks like it's actually coming off. This is going to be very interesting. Oh gosh, I'm scared. Okay, it's coming out. I hear paper ripping, which tells me it's taking the drywall off. Oh. No, that's not what I wanted. That's not good. This might turn into a longer process than I initially thought it would. I'm not thrilled about this, like at all, guys. This might be a bigger problem than I thought. I kind of want to cry. I feel like I say this every episode. Look at that. This is the wallboard. I'm low-key freaking out. That first tile is not looking very promising. Maybe if I keep pushing through, it won't be so bad with the next tiles. So let's just keep going. It sounds like the wall. Okay. That's the wall. Oh my gosh, that's the wall. I kind of just want to move on to something else now, but we're here, so what do I do, you know? I'm just gonna keep going for it. At this point, there is no turning back. What? Oh my gosh, it just like flew off. Are you watching me? Is there something that you want to say?
Look like you making progress.
Progress? Is this what you call progress?
Looks like you're getting somewhere for sure.
And this is me.
Getting somewhere?
Yeah, you got 2 tiles off. You got some black spots on the other pieces. No, you know what? You're doing a really good job, though. So,
you're not helping.
Wait, no. Like, real question.
I want to cry inside, but I'm trying my best to just keep it together. I really am.
I got a real question for you, though.
What?
How much tiles do you intend to actually take off?
How many?
Yeah, how many tiles do you intend?
The first row, like 15 tiles total, give or take, maybe 14. I don't know. I might finesse that one. Yeah.
Well, you're doing a good job. You got 2 down. How about this? Do you need help?
Oh yeah, you have a contractor for me to do this so I don't have to? That'd be wonderful. I'm over it. I'm literally like, you just walked away? That's crazy. Don't come here showing off now.
I'm going to
what?
go get some fresh air real quick.
You know, I know that this is part of the DIY experience, but like, no one could have prepared me for this.
At this point, as much as I was feeling overwhelmed, I decided to put my headphones on, get some music going, and just get into the zone so that I could finally get this done. While it may seem like I should have just given up at this point, I reminded myself that every problem has a solution and I am a problem solver. So it was time to get back to work and remain focused. I really thought that with using this multi-tool, I would be able to get all of the tiles removed from the wall without damaging any of the drywall, and that I wouldn't be left with such a big problem on my hands. Before I knew it, I was able to get the row of tiles removed. The only issue is it left a way bigger mess than I anticipated, and I was starting to feel like I was way in over my head.
I truly don't think that you guys are really ready to see the mess that's behind me. I got it done, but now there's a whole lot of work to do.
After removing the tiles from the wall, I did a quick cleanup of the stove before moving on to my next task.
So I'm back here over by the open shelves that I've been avoiding. I know you guys are probably like, what is taking this girl so long? They're just shelves, like she should have finished it by now. And trust me, I know, but I've just been like avoiding it and doing everything else in the kitchen but these shelves. But I bought some 1x3s. These are 2x3s that I have that I use for the actual like brace of the shelf. The thing is, I forgot to account for the front support part of the shelf. I was just thinking, oh, I'll cut the plywood down into like a front strip piece, but it's not going to be thick enough to actually like hold, you know? So I decided to create a front piece here so that the plywood is able to be attached to the front piece. This is like called, I think it's called like furring or fur strip or something like that. And if you can see, it has a lot of these like divots and imperfections in the wood, but I got it anyways because I'm like, you know what, this is not really for the actual support to support any weight. It's simply just to give it a little more structure in the front. I'm gonna go ahead and install that.
In order to install these furring strips to my pre-existing shelf braces, I used some construction screws that I already had from this shelf project, and I secured them to the braces for better support of my plywood pieces. And of course I used my level to make sure that everything was nice and straight.
Next up, I'm gonna pre-drill a little bit in here. Since this is so much higher, it's gonna be hard for me to hold it up while trying to get the screw in place.
This was a really simple step that definitely made a difference in the overall outcome of the shelves. I'm very happy that I realized that I needed to do this.
That was a little aggressive, just a little bit. This looks way more like a shelf now. They're super sturdy, which is like super cool that I built this, you know? Before I cut down more plywood and fit it and make sure everything's good and then stain it and whatnot, I do need to cut back at this trim one more time, guys. Let me show you. I had already cut back at this trim to fit my 1/4 inch plywood, and you can see where I drew the line to cut it, but I don't know why I didn't cut it exactly at the line, and I thought it would be fine, but it's not. It doesn't go all the way under, so there's gonna be like a big gap here, which we don't want that. So yeah, we do need to trim away at that piece of trim. And hi guys, it's the next day, and today is one of those days where I truly only have energy for so much. So the only thing that I really have in me right now is to trim back the piece of trim on this cabinet that I had told you guys about, so that I can fit my plywood piece on the top and get it flush to the cabinet. And of course I'm like damaging the wall. That's so much fun. I guess I'll have to repair that anyways. so I have this piece of plywood here that I'm going to use for the bottom. It's not perfect, but I can definitely use it for the bottom piece. So what I'm going to do is lay it how I want it to sit under here, and then I'm going to trace it on the top. Okay, so hi guys, it's the next day and I'm going to be cutting down those pieces of plywood so that I can apply them to my shelves. We're going to get started with this. Oh, this is kind of nerve-wracking because I need this cut to be like extremely accurate.
Since this was a bit of an overwhelming task for me, I decided that the best thing for me to do was to work on one shelf at a time and only do the cuts for my bottom shelf first before I moved on to the next one.
Okay, I have my cuts here for the shelves. I'm going to dry fit them, and then if everything works out well, then I know that I can move on to the rest of my plywood cuts for my top piece of the shelf. Also, wood filler is going to be my friend, hopefully. Just to go like this. Oh, it actually fits really flush though. That's awesome. I'm excited about that. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and nail this side piece in. Okay, this may be a little excessive and crazy, and I know I really don't have to do it this way, but I'm gonna lift up this huge piece of plywood on top of the shelves, trace it so that it's like completely flush, and then cut it down. And I think I'm gonna enlist the help of hubby to get this done. Okay. He's taking too long. Let's see if I can do this without him. I may end up looking like an idiot right now. This is actually insane, I will admit. This is not gonna work because I have the trimmer on the doorway preventing me from being able to put it flush against the wall, and I have this little lip on the front of the cabinet. So I do indeed need to cut it down. Let me just get my, that looks good. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna go rip this down outside and then get to this. Okay, so we have two tops here, we have a bottom piece, and then I need to fit my two front pieces. Hoping I have enough. I should. I'm trying to get it where I'm not hitting this area here where there's a lot of like damage to the plywood. I mitered my both side, the side and the top of this face frame, I guess part you can say. So I'm going to nail it in. My only hesitation is that on this side it looks a little taller, but I think I'm going to be able to sort that out because it's flush if I just push it against the cabinet, and then it looks really great.
At this point, my design assistant felt that she needed to guide me through this part of the process.
Tight.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, no, the tile is like tight with this to put it right here to put the side to right here, and then put it right here to the side, and then put it to the window right here to put it. And then you have to put it like this. See? You see, Mommy? Look. Put it like that, and then put it on the cabinets right here. Put a little curtain there, and then put it right here.
Okay guys, I have this piece of plywood for the top part of my bottom shelf. I mitered both this side and this side here, and so that way everything is flush and you won't see the seams from the top or the sides. This took me, guys, I'm not even kidding, 3 hours just to get all the cuts for one shelf done of my plywood pieces, because I've been trying to get it as flush as possible. The problem is some of my cuts are a little uneven because I wasn't able to get something super straight on the table saw. But I'm thinking once I wood fill it, it should be fine, I think. So finished my bottom shelf. I have the piece for my top shelf here. I have the top and bottom. I think I want this one to be the top, like this grain to be the top of my shelf and this grain to be the bottom, but I'm not sure yet. I feel like I like the top grain better. The wall. I cut down my pieces for the top and bottom. I did cut it a little bit too short on the side, but once I put my like side pieces up, it'll be fine anyways. So I'm just gonna go ahead and nail that in. Okay. That's super loud. I need earplugs. Did I run out of nails? Oh, that's annoying. Okay, bottom is installed. Those mitered cuts were really getting to me, so I'm like, you know what, it's the top shelf, no one's gonna see it, it's okay. I was literally just being a perfectionist because the tutorials that I've seen, they didn't miter them when it was like this 1/4 inch plywood. They just use like that face frame piece to hide the seams, and even though you'd have like a little, like you would be able to see this unfinished edge on the top, they just like still stained it like that. Me personally, I don't like that look, but it's okay because I got a more seamless look on the bottom shelf, which is way more visible when you're standing like at eye level, whereas this one you literally have to come up here to see the top. So it'll be fine. From the front and the side you won't even see a seam at all. So that's really what I was mostly concerned about. So what I'm gonna do is nail it in place, and then I can do my side pieces and I'll be done for the day. Did that come out? Oh, is the battery dying or something? It's jammed. Just when I'm like about to be finished. This is so frustrating. Now I have to figure out how to, ow. It jammed my nail gun, okay? I jammed the nail gun. How to unjam a Bauer 18 gauge brad nailer. I might have to link this. Of course you do. Came right up. Okay, back to work. Come on. There we go. Once I got my nail gun unjammed, it was smooth sailing from there, and I was able to finish the install of the plywood pieces for the top shelf. That's my eardrum. That's all she wrote, folks. Guys, the open shelving is done. It's installed. I still have to stain and seal it, but it's all installed. It's not perfect. This is my very first time doing this. It's all good though. Nothing a little wood filler can't fix, hopefully. I'm gonna tape off the walls and the cabinet so that I can stain everything. I also need to wood fill, sand, all that good stuff. Not really looking forward to that, but it's kind of part of the process. But I'm pretty sure once I wood fill and everything, it'll come together really nicely. And then once I finish the shelving, we have to address the vent hood wall tile situation. Good morning, guys. It is the next day. It's like 2 days later, actually. We're back in the kitchen. We're gonna be finishing up these shelves. What we're gonna do today is wood fill all of the seams and the nail holes. Let's get into it. Okay, so I got the shelves all taped up. What I'm gonna do now is just sand the edges to see like how much I really need to wood fill and go from there. I used a sanding block that I purchased off Amazon to give the shelves a once over and prepare them to be able to accept the wood stain. This was really important for a very even application. So I just finished sanding everything smooth. I covered my countertop with a plastic bag, and now what I'm gonna do is wood fill all of the seams and nail holes, and then I can get to staining. So I'm gonna be using plastic wood.
was a little worried when I first finished installing these shelves because I wasn't sure how well the wood filler was going to work to cover up the imperfection. But I made sure to thoroughly read through the instructions before filling in the seams, and I definitely got the hang of how to use the wood filler properly. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be all crumbly like mine was, but I got it to work for my needs and everything came together just fine.
Good morning, guys. It is another day, and as you can see behind me, I finished installing our open shelving. Everything looks great. I wood filled. I do see where I might need to go back in with a little more wood filler just to get everything nice and even. So I'm going to do that, but another thing I'm going to do is test out my stain colors. I have here these two colors, Early American, and I also have Fruitwood by Minwax. Let's get to it.
Before I could start applying my stain to my shelves, it was important for me to sand back any excess wood filler so that everything was nice and smooth. I will say hand sanding is always a workout, and this was no exception to the rule.
My back, help me Lord.
One thing that is always helpful for me in my DIY journey is to use scraps to test things out whenever I can. This always helps me to avoid making mistakes that I might have had to put more effort into fixing that I'd like to. And in this case, it was very helpful in doing that.
Oh, it's rock solid. Oh wait, there's stain in there though. I'll still see if I can use it. Absolutely hate the smell. Wait, what? I might need to mix that some more because what in the world? That was not supposed to happen. Do you guys see that? It's like red. Good morning, guys. So as you can see here, I have my stain samples up. This is the color Early American. And I already like this color. I bought it for a previous project. I'm just trying to debate between this darker sample and the lighter one. They're both the same color, but I used a heavier hand when applying the top color. And then this one here, I just like lightly stained it. And so I got some feedback from my husband and my sister, and they both think that I should go with this lighter color, but I'm just not 100% certain. So what I'm going to do is, since this is the same color, I'm going to stain it with a lighter hand, let it dry, see how I like it, and if I want it to be a little bit darker, then I'll just go ahead and layer it up with another coat. I have my little apron here that I'm going to use.
After the horrible stain job that I experienced in the past with the kitchen window trim, I knew that using a pre-stain to condition the plywood before staining was very necessary. And it made me more confident when it was time to actually apply the stain to the shelves.
Okay, so I just finished putting the pre-stained wood conditioner on my shelves. I'm gonna just get started with the wood stain. I'm gonna start with the bottom shelf because I'm timing it. It says wait 5 to 15 minutes, wipe off, and then you can apply your stain within 2 hours. So I'm gonna just lightly wipe off the conditioner off of the bottom shelf, then I'll do the top shelf, and then I can start my actual staining.
To apply my wood stain to the shelves, I followed the same steps as with the pre-stain. I used a chip brush and a paper towel to apply the stain and wipe it gently into the surface, going with the direction of the wood grain. I thought I loved how the shelves were looking before, but after getting the stain on, I realized this color was the perfect touch.
guys think? I finished staining the shelves. I think I'm gonna keep it this color. I originally wanted to do like a dark walnut because I do love like the deep rich brown colors, but I think I'm gonna settle on this for now. I could always stain it a little darker in the future, but I think I'm gonna sit with this for now because this is the stain that I already have and I think it looks good. Good morning, guys. It is the next day and I got my open shelves stained. They're fully dry. They look really good. I'm just gonna go ahead and use this wipe on poly, and it's a nice clear satin coat that is going to protect the surface of my shelves. It says it's easy to apply and fast drying, so I'm gonna shake it up. Once the wood stain had dried and cured overnight, I followed up with this wipe on poly top coat, and it gave these shelves just the right sheen that I needed. My design assistant was starting to question my efforts at this point, and I was a little confused.
Mommy,
Yeah?
what are you doing?
I'm putting a top coat on this.
Oh Lord.
What? Okay guys, so I put the first coat of my poly on my shelves and now I'm gonna let it dry for 2 to 3 hours. I'm really excited because the shelves are done, guys. Like, they're done. It only took me like 4 videos, I mean. So I went to Home Depot and Lowe's. Lowe's didn't have what I needed, so I had to go to Home Depot after, and I got some Easy Sand 45. I originally wanted to get Easy Sand 20, but they were all out. It was literally none left. So I picked up a bag of Easy Sand 45. I initially thought I was gonna have to rip out the drywall and redo the drywall and all that, and that's why I was freaking out a lot. But as I did more research, I realized that I can actually just use the Easy Sand and fill everything, and it will harden really well. And so I should be fine. I just need to clean up some of these areas first before I do that. I'm gonna use the joint compound, mix it up, and get to work. In order to prep the walls for the mud mixture, I peeled back some of those torn drywall areas and tried to get as much of the crumbled drywall out as I could. Is there like a special way to open this? To mix the hot mud, I just needed to add some lukewarm water and mix it until I got the consistency that I was looking for. Once I got the hot mud all mixed up and ready to go, it was time to apply it to the area. So I used a small drywall knife to apply it and build up the damaged drywall. This was much like icing a cake and was a pretty straightforward process for me. I was so relieved that I didn't actually need to remove the drywall and replace it, because it would have been pretty difficult due to the shape of these pre-existing tiles. Okay guys, so I finished building up that where the torn drywall was with the Easy 45. I'm actually glad that I got the Easy 45 and not the Easy 20 because it actually worked out. Like, I think I would have needed more than 20 minutes because it did take me about 30 minutes or so. It's hardening now. It's getting a little hard, so I'm really happy. It looks so much better than it did before. Obviously, it looks really good. Good morning, guys. It is another day. It's gotten plenty of time to dry and cure. Now what I'm gonna do is prime it so that way it is ready for me to go ahead and tile.
Once the mud had time to dry and cure, I needed to prime over it so that the area where I added the mud would more readily accept the mortar and allow the tiles to properly adhere to the wall surface. This would help prevent the tiles from falling off the wall in the future.
Good morning, guys. It is another day, and today is finally the day that I get to finish the tile above the stove, get this all completed. Okay, maybe partial because I can't grout today, but my plan today is to get the tile up. So I have my Acryl Pro professional tile adhesive. This is what I use for the Backsplash. And I really love this stuff, especially because it comes in a tub that you can just close up and save for later. If you're not able to finish everything in one day, or if you want to use it again in the future, you can. It comes perfectly mixed already.
If you guys have been watching my videos for a while now, you would have seen me tile other areas of this kitchen before, and since I've had a lot of practice with tiling at this point, this step was a walk in the park for me. I was able to get the remaining of this backsplash up in no time. Crazy to think about just how much I've added to my skill set just from doing this kitchen reno, and I'm really looking forward to all the other skills that I'll be gaining as I continue to do more DIY projects in and around my house. For those of you that are still hanging on tight and still watching this video, I wanted to fill you in on what to expect on my channel moving forward. This being the finale of my kitchen reno, I have some other projects that I've done over the past few months that I've had recorded and just waiting to be edited and posted, and so with that comes a garage makeover that I did for my mom. And following that, I'll actually be starting my entryway makeover, which you all who participate in my community tab, you voted that you wanted to see the entryway makeover next, so that's what I'm going to be working on, and I'm really excited for you all to see it.
I have this one tiny sliver left to install. Good morning, guys. It is the next day. We got the tile on the wall, so today is the day that we finally grout it. I first need to get all of the tile spacers down, and then I'm going to wipe down the surface of the tiles with a wet sponge just to get all of the excess adhesive off of the surface of the tiles, and then I can go ahead and get to grouting.
Once my tile adhesive was dry, I removed all of the tile spacers from the grout lines and then cleaned the surface of my tiles with some clean water and a sponge, and got to scrubbing away all of the excess adhesive from the surface of my tiles. Once I got all of the excess adhesive off of the tile surfaces, I wiped everything dry with a paper towel, and then I got to grouting all of my grout lines. And this was a pretty quick process, but it's always such an arm workout for me, even for such a small area like this. My arms were getting really tired and I was glad to get it done very quickly. I found a really good deal on a stainless steel vent hood that was just what I was looking for, so a few weeks prior to this we headed to Lowe's to pick it up. And I had a little incident where I dropped a very thick glass bowl on my foot and I was left being in a boot for a week or two.
Come to Lowe's often?
I come to Lowe's too often, if anything.
After finding the vent hood that we came for, my design assistant decided that she needs to do a quality control check and make sure that this was the right fit for our home before we could load it up and head back.
Hi guys! It's another day! Did you hear that? That was my daughter in the back. Anyways, good morning guys. It's another day. As you can see here, it is vent hood install day. Finally, it has taken way too long, longer than I would like to admit, but we're finally here and I have hubby here to assist me and we're matching. Okay, anyways, we are going to install the vent hood. It says that it's an easy install, so let's see how easy it really is. We are doing a ductless installation, and so we had to go ahead and purchase the charcoal filters.
I think that made
Doesn't
sense.
make any sense
I
actually.
think that made... Thank you.
Installing the vent hood definitely called for a team effort, so hubby was sure to jump in and help with this
I know it
stuff.
shouldn't be that hard
And
though.
since the bottoms of our cabinets were recessed, we needed to add some pieces of wood as spacers or shims to help better support the weight of the vent hood.
Look at this.
And because the bottom of our cabinets are made of particle board pieces that have been in the home since the 90's, they weren't in the best shape. Let's just say these spacer pieces really came in handy in giving the cabinets a little more support. Installing the vent hood did take us a bit longer than we expected and was a little more frustrating than we anticipated. But eventually we pulled it off and got the job done. Not without challenges, of course.
What? Why is this happening? Don't do this at home. I'm just being lazy.
The irony in that.
I'm at home, but don't do this at your home, okay? Should I do it to like this one?
Level it out.
I will say I couldn't have installed this vent hood without hubby. We definitely make a great team. After getting the cabinets to be more structurally sound, it was time to actually hang the vent hood, and what we thought would be the easiest part of this process ended up being the most dangerous part. You guys are going to see exactly what happened in a few clips.
It's too heavy. Should I take the wires through this first? Let me see the wires through. Oh my gosh, I thought it was off.
It is. First. As much as you can.
Okay, there we go.
It's good?
Now we just need to get on the screws. Oh my god. gosh, this is a hot mess.
Can you?
After all our hard work, the hardest part was over when it came to hanging up this vent hood.
Okay. We finally got it up!
Hubby took over and started hardwiring the vent hood so that we could get it up and running. And of course, when I decided to step in and try to lend a hand, I ended up hurting myself in the end.
Oh, did I slice myself? Yeah, I did. Okay. Ow! Ah! Here, just hold it. Oh, that's a really deep cut. Oh my gosh. Peachy.
Every old leaf is turning.
I can't even put my thumb up. Awkward.
Yeah, two
After
thumbs
finally getting the vent hood up and installed, we had to celebrate our win and hug it out.
Okay.
Once the vent hood installation was complete, the hard labor was over and it was finally time to style the kitchen and tie everything together. I personally like a mixture of old and new, and so many of these items were just that. Some were thrifted from estate sales and thrift stores, and others were brand new pieces that I sourced at a bargain. Regardless, I really tried to think through the mix of elements and materials in the space and incorporated them throughout different areas of the kitchen to really make everything feel cohesive and thought out. It's crazy to think that this is the same space. They say that the kitchen is the heart of the home, and we have poured so much love into ours, and it definitely shows in the end result. Completing this kitchen reno has taught me so much about DIY, but also about myself, and I'm determined to keep learning and growing. With a lot of research, hard work, and determination, we were able to take this kitchen from dark and gloomy to a bright and cozy space that feels inviting and beautiful. If you've gotten this far in the video, I want to thank you so much. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait for you all to see what else is in store for my channel. So thank you so much for watching, be blessed, and I'll see you in the next video.